Okay. All right, we're trying this again. Let's see. Hey, good. This is crazy. Crazy shit, crazy shit, crazy shit. Okay, I'm trying this again. Yeehaw. All right, yeah. I don't know what the hell is up with the connection and hear you. Good. Thank you. Cause that was bonkers. Flat out freaking bonkers. Okay, I am going to click share. Let's see. Sorry guys, there's two people that were watching. Oh, I gotta freaking find them. There's Para. Oh my god, my brain is not working because I'm flustered. Sorry guys. Okay, so we're trying this again. Come on. Second time around. Okay, we lost Dog and Amy. I know. I'm sending them links. And I'm also sending links to a couple of others. Let's try this again. Okay, and then we've got, why is that not connecting? What the hell is with this? Sorry guys, this ends up becoming business again, and I hate that. I'm trying to get there to get the information out because that first one should have gone through. This gets very frustrating. This should not be taking. Why is this not going through? I don't understand that. All right. Pain in the ass. This is the, now that's cell phone issue. Oh, hello. I know. I can go through Roundtable. Oh, see, there we go. Okay, there. All right, so those two are taken care of. Let's get out of this and go over to that. This one is right there on your I know, but it's not showing up for some reason. There we go. Okay, so that takes care of those. That is crazy shit. Anyway, okay, so there should be 3-4 people taken care of. That is crazy. That should not have taken place. This is what is, and I don't honestly believe it's the anyway. I'm just frustrated by that. Okay, so 4 minutes in, and I'm still babbling on about this shit. Anyway, 6 people. Hey, thank you. They Simon, the likable. Hi, Simon. So yeah, where did Dogface go? And oh, I don't know. This is just crazy shit. Let's try this again. All right. Anyway, so what I'm going to talk about, new link operating. Good. Thank you, Amy. God, that's such bullshit when that happens. Hopefully Dogface can get back in. I did put a notification under the thing, not think. Okay, so we've got 8. Good. Oh, good grief. I think we got all the 8 originals. Anyway, okay, so tonight on the S4 bunker, one of the things that was talked about was what got you into the paranormal, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that for me. As children, and of course you've got the Easter Bunny, because hello, when you're a little kid. And then you have Santa Claus. Mine was the movie Sleeping Beauty, the original Sleeping Beauty, Disney version, with the stepmother who was a witch and was doing magic. Fourth one was the original black and white Star Trek, which fascinated me regarding science. Excuse me. But the real hardcore situation, and this is what I wrote in the Discord, the S4 Bunker Paranormal chat, was the hardcore paranormal for me would be when I was 6 or 7 years old, when I saw a spirit floating at the third story of a third story level of a building. But I honestly thought the spirits I saw before all of that were just regular people. So one of the things that Paula had asked is if I would talk about that that situation and what actually happened. I haven't. It's been a while since I have talked about. I have talked about it, but not in a while. Oh, hello, Sovereign. Yeah, that was mentioned on the bunker tonight, Sovereign. 2 elevators being completely permeated, and oh my god, I was laughing. I turned bright red because it just struck a funny bone nerve. Anyway, it doesn't strike a funny bone nerve right now. Anyway, so I'm 6 or 7 years old. My grandmother was newly blind. Well, she'd been a year or thereabouts blind. She had ended up working with a group in Seattle. She was living in Seattle, or well, actually, she was living in Renton at the time it happened, and they sold her house and got her into this facility for the blind, and retrained her in how to do everything. So the point with this story is, how did it affect me regarding paranormal? So they moved her into, the family moved her into a, somewhere between an 8 and a 10-story building for those who were disabled. And the building was located in downtown Seattle on Yesler Avenue. Yesler Street, Yesler Avenue. Anyway, and it's a hill. Big frickin' hill. And so this is a building that is easily frickin' identifiable, brick building. And it's literally, you start going up the hill and you have an overpass of I-5. I-5 is like right here. And you come up, and that's when the hill starts really going up. And she was on the incline of the hill. And her building took up that entire, and I'm not joking, it literally took up that entire block. And so literally you have the street in front of her building, and there were not barbed wire fence. There was a fence a chain link fence, very large chain link fence. On the other side of that fence was a drop off, and it went straight down into I-5. It went into the northbound I-5 lanes. Anyway, so and by that description, you can freaking figure out exactly what building it was. So I don't know if they still use that building for folks who are disabled or not. I have no idea. It's probably changed hands so many times. Anyway, so this was in the early to mid 70s that this took place. And so grandma, I believe, was on the third floor. One of her apartment faced Yesler, okay, faced the hill. And her living room and her bedroom were facing that way, which I don't think I've ever described any of that before. But the point about it was that I, at 6 and 7 years old, hello to the 10 people who are coming in. Please feel free to come into the chat if you're able to do so. Or feel free to be lurkers. Anyway, oh yes, I'm seeing 3 likes. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Please like, subscribe, and share. So this is a bit about my life right now, and a little bit about some of the things that we talked on the S4 bunker tonight. And of course, my laughing is in there. And Paula, I love you dearly. She made the comment about my laughing that we should bottle my laughing because it brings her joy. So welcome to the 11 people. So anyway, I appreciate that. And I've been consistently told that, and I've been hey Drew, and I've been consistently told, hey Simon, you made it back in. Hey Dogface. So we've got 2 Simons in the chat. We've got Simon the Likeable and Dogface, who is also known as Simon. So anyway, so and I've been consistently told that all my ouches and squeaks and eeks and ox and should be bottled and recorded as well and used for Halloween, because I make some, according to a lot of people, we're talking about 15 people, thereabouts, 12 to 15 people. They've all talked about how the oohs, ahs, squeaks, and screeches I make during pain come across really good for Halloween. So they would make great Halloween sounds. So if anybody has an idea of how to record for that kind of stuff, let me know. Because I can't do that kind of shit on command. The ouches brings out the pain that I'm in, but the laughter brings out pure joy and energy. And apparently, from what I've been told, that all comes into play and really comes in, and you can feel the energy from it, which news to me, but I'm glad that it works for people, where it helps to create joy and laughter, because I'm all very much about joy and laughter. Anyway, enough about that. So anyway, so here I am. Grandma is watching me. She's babysitting me. And yet I am her eyes, and not her ears, but her eyes. And she was making, I just realized I didn't plug my phone in. She was making a combination of sauerkraut in the kitchen. Ugh, I hate sauerkraut. And making, she was boiling cabbage for some specific meal that she was making. And which just, if you've ever smelled straight boiled cabbage, it's really stinky. Very, very stinky. Anyway, it's just, so she had put it on to boil, and she had asked me to go into the kitchen and check on it and to see what the water level was at. And, oh, you can have it, Simon. No. she made a specific kind of boiled cabbage sauerkraut and a raw sauerkraut. So she did both kinds. Yeah, see, okay, Para's in agreement with me. He's like, oh my God, I used to hide out in the basement when my mom would boil cabbage and make sauerkraut because it would give me a wicked headache. Thank you. I'm not alone. You're the first person that I've heard that actually agrees with me. Anyway, hi to the 12 people. So here I am. I'm getting up from the living room. I'm walking in. Grandma is sitting. So she had a window here. How am I going to do this? She had a window here. She had a what the fuck is it called? An end table right next to the window, and then her chair was right here. And then there was, I don't remember what. Oh, she had a chest there, and then another chair, big overstuffed. One of my favorite was a Queen Anne style type of chair over here, and then another end table, if I remember right. And so I was in the chair. She had the TV across, and she was listening. She wasn't watching because, hello, she's blind. And she was listening to something on the TV. And she asked me to get up and go in and check the water level, if I remember correctly, because it was on boil. It was on a simmer boil type of boil. And wow, I go in and I'm like looking in the pot. I'm getting up on a stool and I'm looking in the pot, and it's like steam and blah, blah. And I'm telling her, I'm repeating back, or not repeating, but I'm telling her back to her what it is on the stove. And she's told me to turn it down. I turn it down. I get off the stool. I put the stool back, or fold it up, and I put it back. No, wait a minute. That was a different time. I take it back. That was a different time, because the stool that I used at that time was the wooden stool that, for that matter, I still have that stool. It's like that's another subject. But anyway, it was a specific kind of wooden stool that had 3 rungs to it. And it's the kind that you could actually turn into a chair. So it was a multi-use stool and chair. And it's from the 50s. I still have that somewhere in my storage unit. Anyway, because the top of it, you could essentially turn it into a small ladder. Anyway, so that's what I used. I flipped the top open. I climbed up, climbed down, and I put the stool back. That's what it was. And so I came back in, and as I'm in the process of walking from the kitchen, crossing the threshold of the kitchen, which is a small kitchen, tiny 5-foot in length kitchen, and I see a guy standing in front of the building looking in the window. And I could tell he was a distance away from the window from where I was at. And I thought, how is that possible? This guy, how tall is this guy? Because he'd have to be standing on the hill. I remember thinking how odd that was to me. God, it was just, it made no logical sense to me how, and I didn't see his feet. But it made no logical sense to me how this guy could be standing on that hill, and I could see him from a distance out that window, and him being at a distance. And it made no logical sense to me. And here I walk up, I'm like, Grandma, who's that guy? And I'm in the process of passing her passing in front and passing, well, off to the side of the TV or the TV, the side table that was there, and going straight to the window. And I'm standing there looking at the window, and she says, "Describe the guy." And I went, "Oh my God, his feet aren't on this. His feet are on the sidewalk." I couldn't think of the word. And I describe him to her. And she goes, "You know what he is?" And I'm like, "No." And she made some other comment to me about it. And I end up I asked her some other question. I don't remember what I asked her, but I asked her some other question. And here she goes and she tells me that he's wearing a baseball hat. Well, he was wearing a hat, but it looked like a baseball hat from where I was at. And he doesn't wave, he just stands there. And I'm like, how can he be? I didn't understand it as a kid. I just didn't understand it. And he's literally standing there, not moving. He's not bouncing. He's not anything back and forth like this or up and down. He's just right there. And I knew that's how I knew my grandmother was psychic, because and had mediumship abilities, because she described his hat to me in detail. Being blind, I knew there was no way in hell that she could see him, because I remember my mom and my grandma talking about just how blind she really was. She couldn't see light. She couldn't see shadows. She could see shadow, but not, how do I explain that? It wasn't a form of light. It was I don't know how to explain it, but I know it when I see it on movies and stuff, but I don't know how to describe it. But she didn't see shapes, if that makes sense. Light, kind of like really, really bad, excessively faded out light and dark, but not really light. So I knew when she's describing this hat, she's also describing the color. How the hell would she have known that? None of that made sense. And that was how I found out my grandmother had abilities. And that was when she literally put her hand to her and she goes, "Shh, Nicole, we don't talk about those. We don't talk about things like that. People will think we're crazy. We don't talk about things like that." And I mean, she just said it quietly. And the interesting thing is that about a year, 2 years later, she ended up coming and living with my mom and I. And by that point, well, long before that point, my mom and I had moved into my mom and my grandfather had bought a house in the Ballard area across from a very large playfield community center. And this is the same house that I was being abducted from. And it was also the house that had a female spirit in it who was singing me to sleep most every night. Not every night, but damn near. And my grandmother, they thought my grandmother was going crazy. That's how it was back then in the 70s. That was she's going crazy. That was the phrase. And we didn't know if it was Alzheimer's or dementia or senility or what it was, because we just didn't know back then. And Grandma would say to my mom, "There's spooks in the house. There's spooks in the house." And I knew different. My mom was like, would say, uh, Mama's going crazy and I don't know what to do. She wasn't going crazy. And I kept trying to, "Hey, Nathan. Hey, Derek." I don't know if I said hello to you before, Derek. I think I did. And so my mom and my family thought my grandmother was going crazy because they didn't know that, and I'm going to start crying. They didn't know that she was psychic. It was taboo back then. I mean, you didn't frickin' talk about it. They would have institutionalized you. And with some people, I mean, I've heard stories about that kind of thing actually happening to people. So you didn't talk about it. That's how I was raised. Grandma, I remember coming up to my, okay, I'm going to, there were times where I would walk up to my grandmother when she was saying to my mom, and my mom was in the kitchen and Grandma was in the living room or in the hallway, and coming out of either the bedroom, one of the bedrooms, or the bathroom. And Grandma would say, "There's spooks in the house." And I'd come up to her and I'd say, "Grandma, I know." I'd grab her hand and I'd hold on to her hand and I'd say, "Grandma, I know, I hear them too." And she'd put her hand, sorry, didn't expect tears. She'd put her hand on my face, go like this, kind of like thing, and then put her hand on my head and say, "I know, Nicole. I know." She's the only one that called me Nicole. "And if you call me Nicole, I will smack the shit out of you. There's only one person in this world that could ever get away with calling me Nicole." That's not a joke. So actually, there's a couple, but you have no idea how fucking close you have to be able to call me Nicole. Anyway, but I kid you not, you do that lightly, I will turn around and I'll walk away, and we will not have a conversation again for a very fucking long time. I don't take that lightly. So here's the thing. Yeah, I know, Simon. It's fine. He's saying CIA in the house? Kidding, Nikki. This is powerful stuff. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that very freaking much. So my point being is that is how paranormal. Hey, Ange. Hi. I'm glad to see you. So that is how I knew regarding the paranormal. I mean, that was my real hardcore experience where I saw it firsthand. My first, because and like I told Paula in the S4 bunker, the S4 bunker paranormal Discord chat. This was my first paranormal hardcore where I registered that it was paranormal, that something was different about me. Was that incident with my grandmother in her apartment. It was a big freaking deal. And so, because the people that I had visually seen, I thought they were normal people. I didn't see people that had like were killed in car accidents and part of them were removed or some version. I've known psychics where that's what they've talked about. I'm like, I never experienced any of that. I experienced where I saw people that looked like solid people that it wasn't until years and years and years later that I made the realization, oh my God, they were spirits. Oh my God. Um, there were spirits that were over my crib when I before I was walking. Um, that merged kind of like with my mom, or my mom merged with them. I don't know how to explain that. Like mom's at the crib and a spirit comes in and kind of stands where mom is but isn't quite there, so mom's kind of in, I don't know how else to explain that. It's not quite right, but kind of. So there were things like that that I saw. There were things that did not make sense to me that I was hearing when I was a toddler that I thought I I was visually seeing my family in the room, but auditory wise, I was hearing other people in the room, and that made no sense to me. And I just didn't think anything of it. I mean, I did, but I didn't. And then you just get used to it, and it's like it's not you, and you know it's not you, because you know your own thoughts, and it sounds crazy, but it's not. It's just this shirt. You know better than wearing this shirt. Anyway, it's just it's how it is. I haven't read chat in quite a while, so we're 31 minutes in. So that was directed at Paula because she wanted to hear about that story, and I don't think I've actually gone through the entire. I mean, I've told parts of that story. I've told. Was it cold, Nikki? Like other people say. Simon the Likeable. Honey, what do you mean? Was it cold? Like everybody says. Explain that to me. Hit me up in there and mention that because I need to be able to. So yeah, and then of course the trip across the country. That's a totally different ball game. So it was years later that we went across. My mom and I and my mom's best friend went across the country, drove across the country, and I have talked about that a number of times. And by the time we hit the East Coast, holy crap balls, we got you got going through Gettysburg, brother, different ball game altogether, and that was really when my mom found out that I was seeing people that I thought were in character costumes. Their period clothing is what they were wearing. And here, I mean, that's when I realized that my mom and her friend, that I'll never forget sitting in the back seat of that car and driving down this very, I was going to say provincial, that's not what I meant. This very specific street, and I think we were in Pennsylvania at the time, or we were around Gettysburg. I can't remember at this second. But anyway, I'd have to go in and look at a map because then I could tell you. And now that we've got all these Google Maps and everything, I could go to the street level and I could tell you exactly where I was. But the point being is I'm in the back seat of this Firebird, and this new little bright red little hot rod. Just loved that car. Boy, did she have speed. I love cars that go zoom. Anyway, that's a whole other subject. But so I'm in the back seat, and the speed limit was pretty slow, and so we're going at a putt-putt pace. And mom and her friend were talking. Mom was driving, and her friend was in the front seat and passenger front seat. and you've got, I can't remember what was on the right side of the, I can't remember it. It wasn't, I remember it not be, I remember trees. I remember rows and rows and rows of trees. And on the left side of the car, the driver's side of the car, was nothing but houses, row after row after row of houses. And these houses are from 1800s. Trying to remember. And so here I am seeing, and it's a 2-lane road. And it was considered a main road in this town or this city. Well, technically, I guess it would be a town. And here you've got, I need to go down and chat because oh, God damn it, did it again. We need to go to live chat. There we go. There we are. I meant when people seek ghosts, etc., they say the room gets very cold, wondering if that yeah, I have had that happen to me, but it wasn't until I was much older. A couple times during as a teenage, I don't remember the exact, I just remember it felt odd. I didn't see spirits. I felt them, but I didn't see them at that time, because I stopped seeing, I visually stopped, I psychically visually stopped seeing spirits after I had my extreme fright when I was 7 years old with the ET. It literally put a major kibosh on my psychic abilities regarding actually seeing spirits, because it terrified me so much to see that ET. And so I felt a warm room go ice cold for no apparent reason. Felt spirits and that kind of thing. So hopefully that answers your question. But as a child, I did not. I don't remember that kind of thing without not having a logical science experience, not experience, science-based explanation. I'm trying to use my words very inarticulately. Sorry about that. So, but yeah, here we are driving down, mom's driving down this 2-lane road, and I'm seeing women in what I thought were period costumes, because we're in a very historic part of the state, on the East Coast. And mom and her friend are talking about the historics of the area and what's going on. And I'm listening to them and I'm watching. And the next thing I know is, as I turn my head, I'm seeing women walking, then the guy, then more women, and they're all in period costume. And then I see a carriage, a very specific kind of carriage, and with horses. And I see another one with a different kind of carriage. And I'm like, that. And I was looking at the horses mostly, more than the carriages, because I loved oh my God, I still love horses. And so it just fascinated me. And I commented about the women in, I think I called it fancy clothes. And I look at my mom in the mirror, in the rearview mirror, and I remember I see her eyes look over to her friend, look back at me, and the eyebrows go up. And she goes, "What are you seeing, Nikki?" And so I explain what I'm seeing. And I remember hearing my mom's friend trying to whisper as quietly as possible, but the music was off. So of course I heard it. And she said something to the effect of, is she actually seeing what I think she's seeing? And because her friend was extremely science oriented, I mean, like really fucking science oriented. And so mom starts asking me to describe what I'm seeing. And I'm like, why? Aren't you seeing what I'm seeing? And mom just goes like this in the rearview mirror. It was something that I will never freaking forget because it made such an impact on me. And I'm like, you're not, I'm literally pointing out the window going, you're not seeing these women in their fancy clothing from whatever year it was that the mom and her friend were talking about. And I'm trying not to out my mom's friend. And by not saying her name, it was just really hard because she was like a second mom to me. And you didn't see the carriage with the horses. And from the front pat, no, Nikki, we didn't see that. And I'm like, and I'm just going like this because there are others. We had passed them and there were others. And then all of a sudden there wasn't anything. And it was like they had gone, they were, you hear the trot, 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 the clip clop. And what I realized years later is the clip clop sounding wasn't the sound that clip clop the horses' hooves would make on cement. It was horses' hooves, the sound that horses' hooves would make on brick. If you've ever heard the sound of, and I didn't really put all that together, but there was a clip clop. And it was interesting because the cement road went to, from that area, it went from a cement road into a brick road. And I just was like, wow, okay. And there was a carriage and a woman. There was a single woman walking. I don't think I've talked about this part, but there was a single woman walking and a carriage coming past her, and they just disappeared. And that was when I just sat back and I went, I remember going, what's wrong with me? What did I see? How did they do that? What's happening? And it was, I think a day later, I can't remember exactly where we spent the night that night, what motel or where we exactly were at. And that was we were near very another historic section of town, and I had a hard time with it. Because I could feel the energy was just, it was really strong, and very overwhelming. And that was the trip that I got to touch the Liberty Bell. Got into a lot of trouble for it. That was the trip that bunch of other paranormal happened. Was the trip where we ended up staying in my mom's friend's family's house that was 4 stories tall, given to them by the Catholic Church in New York. A specific diocese in New York, that's the house that had, and some of her siblings. She was one of 12 children. And it was the house that had some serious hardcore paranormal shit in their basement. It was the house where you walk in and in the living room stood a 7, I'm going to say somewhere between 6, no, because it was taller than 6 feet. So one of the guys we saw walk in, he was 6 feet. So probably 7-8 feet tall. White, what looked like white porcelain or white marble statue of the Mother Mary. It's a Catholic statue, actual statue in the living room. There were ghosts throughout the house. And I have been searching for the house for years. And I came across it this year. This was the year that in my research I found it. And I found, well, I didn't find the house, but I found out that developers had torn the house down and built this 2-story piece of shit in the 90s. And I sat and cried because I had been wanting to find, and they ripped the tree out. Actually, there were 2 trees on that property, but that's beside the point. And it was quite the large piece of property, and they subdivided the property down into 2 pieces of property. So the house was no longer there. The house took up a corner of, it literally sat on a corner of a street, and now it's the second piece of property in. I was like, oh my God. So yeah, that house didn't necessarily creep me out, but basement sure as hell did. Couldn't get me to go down there. They opened the door and I was like, nope. I remember begging my mom, don't make me go down there. I remember begging my mom's friend, don't make me go down there. Even the friend's sister was like, come on, let's go. We're going to go down and get a box and this. I'm like, no. I was like, can I go and help your mom in the kitchen? I would do anything not to go in that basement. Bad juju. Bad. I don't know what was down there, but I didn't want to know. I was like, no. For me to get creeped out as a kid, that badly creeped out as a kid, I was the kind of kid to where I was playing baseball. I was getting into things I shouldn't be. I was like, there's not a lot that could freak me out except the ET. This was worse than me being truly, deeply frightened. I don't know what was in that basement, but whatever it was, no way in hell. And why would you have a statue that is that tall and that big on a pedestal given to you by the Catholic Church, by a major diocese in New York? Why would you have that not 6 feet, 7 feet from that basement door? Explain this to me. So yeah, I was like, and there were crosses and pictures of Jesus and pictures of Mother Mary and all over the house, all over the building, inside, all over the place. So, and based on how I understand it, she doesn't have very many family members left due to a specific health crisis that runs through the family. So that is my hardcore paranormal stuff as a child that I remember the most. I have lots of little things, but it's not enough to really talk about because it's like they're almost innocuous. That it doesn't mean a hill of beans in a lot of ways. But there's so many little ones. It's like, okay, but these are the big ones. These are the really freaking big ones. And going and seeing the Statue of Liberty and being on the ferry. That was a whole new experience for me. I'd been on ferries in Washington. Seattle, hello. Born and raised partially in Seattle. That was nothing new. Being on a ferry was nothing new. Being on a ferry where you've got spirits walking around, that was new. Being on an island where yeah, that was a different ballgame altogether too. So yeah, that's paranormal for me. And everybody else would be going, wow, okay. And then I know people that are like, that's tiny in comparison to what they've been through regarding paranormal and their experiences. And I get that. I totally freaking get that. So anyway, that's, I guess, an answer to Paula's question. You got the story and then some, dear. So, anyway, I haven't seen at the bottom of chat yet in a while, so go back. Yeah, Ange. She says, so Nikki, you've been an ET contactee from childhood. Yes. In answer to that question, I have been taken, been figuring that out. I used to say 4 years old. Excuse me, but I've had memories. I've actually kind of recouped some of my earlier memories since before 4. But my so around 2, 2 to 3. I've been told by people that little things like that. Photographer in me gets the photographer's eye goes whoop. Anyway, that's where you go. Scissors. Sorry. Anyway, so the the biggest memory I have is this little bugger right here, the Infinity Galaxy, which is not what we know it to be. We know it to be as the Butterfly Nebula, and that happened when I was 4 years old, on board ship, on board an ET ship, and they took a lot of us children, a lot of human children, across the galaxy. Can I prove it? No. I would love to meet those other children. I've met one adult in my lifetime. In 2018, I met an individual, person who was on board that specific ship that we went across the frickin' galaxy. They won't talk to me about it, and I don't want anything to do with them. At that time in their life, they were the nicest human being. Things change. I don't think of them that way anymore, because I've been shown to my face different. So, so if you want to know that if I've met people face to face, or if I've met people in my life that were on board ship, same ship that I was on, I can honestly say yes. I've met one person, and that I know to this day and I will not have anything to do with them ever again. And I have been learning that there is one person that I just came across that I have known for quite a number of years, and I'm just starting to figure out that they were on board one of the ships that I've been on. So yeah, I call myself an abductee because I've got, and not a contactee. Contactee, I've had good experiences. Abductee, not good experiences. So that should give you plenty of ideas. um, and then I've got situations to where I can consider the kind of experiences as an abductee as well. So, but most of the time, I don't choose to call myself a contactee. But yeah, I'm an abductee, and yeah. So, Ange, I hope that. Sorry, my toes are popping. I hope that answers some questions. Nikki, talk about the San Juan episode in full detail. Oh, honey. I always say I was on Orcas Island, and I'm trying to remember if it was Orcas Island or if it was. No, it was. It was Orcas Island. It wasn't San Juan Island. Because I've been on both and I've had experiences. But the one in January of 2022. Okay, hang on one second. I got pain. Hang on. I'm gonna try to hit mute. Okay, hopefully that'll help. Just a second. Fuck balls. Woo! Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so okay, let's see. Oh, Ange, how exciting, Nikki. Liberty Bell. Yes. Oh my God, I loved being around that bell. The history, the energy. Oh my God, that bell has energy. The metal in that bell. When I touched that bell, I can't begin to tell you, I was like transported into when the bell was made. Oh my God. That is one of my most precious and favorite memories, and I don't talk about it very often. I have talked about it, but I don't talk about it very often. One of my treasured memories is and we'll get back to Sovereign's question in a minute. One of my treasured memories is what I talked about with the ghosts walking down that street, and Mom and I and her friend are in that car. That's a treasured memory. The other one is touching the Liberty Bell. Wasn't nice afterwards, but God, for those seconds. Yeah, that was, and trying to remember, I think I was 10 years old at the time. Or was I? Or was I 9? Trying to remember if we took that trip when I was 9, 10, or 11. Anyway, can't remember at this second. Why can't I remember? Anyway, I've got it all written down. So, oh, how interesting. Derek, in answer to your question, the brain. I would love a bear hug, Derek. A gentle bear hug. There are bear hugs, and then there are gentle bear hugs. And right now, a gentle bear hug would be good. Actually, yeah, you are right, Tim. It is liver, but it also helps with the brain. It's a certain kind of fat, and it also helps the heart because of the kind of fat and everything. Anyway, It's a whole nother subject. He had asked a health question. Do your own research, folks. I gotta say that. Always gotta say that. Anyway, so Ange, she says, so do you think you picked up that time period after touching the bell when you saw the horses? No. Okay, so we had I picked up the time period just simply driving next to those houses. That row of houses, there was something about that street. I mean, they were just predominant beyond description. I mean, just yeah, it was hardcore. The bell didn't come until so you had we did that street, drove up that street. If I remember right, it was the battlefield, and then it was the bell. I think that's how it went. I'm a little iffy on that. It could have been the battlefield, then the street, and then the bell. The bell was last. Omega-3 fatty acids. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get my own head to. I have all that. It's buried in the back of my own head. It's like a little filing cabinet in computer land. It's like file. Anyway, so back to Sovereign's question. Nikki, talk about the San Juan episode in full detail. Okay, so the San Juan Islands is a group of islands off the coast of off the peninsula of Washington State. Hey to the 13 people. Please like, share, and subscribe. Pacific Northwest, yes. Hang on. Oh my God, Derek, be nice. Behave yourself. Happy birthday. Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday. Oh, I get it. Didn't even think of that. Anyway, I eat salmon every day, at least 32 grams of protein worth. Yeah, that's really good for the liver too. I can see why you talk about that. Okay, so yeah, Area 51, Pacific Northwest, yes. So I'm in Washington State, which is part of 3 states that are known as the Pacific Northwest. So if you live outside of the United States, now you know that bit of information. And I traveled with my family to You're on the Edge of Seattle. I forgot about that one. Oh my. Juan, did you ever live up in the Skagit Valley? At any point in your life? Anyway, so no. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. So I have been in January of 2022, my family and I went to Orcas Island. And there were, it's a very spread out island, very, very spread out with all the different spots for llamas and wouldn't surprise me. Very llama farms and state parks and parks and resorts and things like that all along around the outer edges and stuff. And a lot of bed and breakfasts and a lot of Airbnbs, and we stayed at an Airbnb. Beautiful Airbnb, I might add. I highly, highly recommend it, but I'm not going to say where it was and where I was located because that would be a safety issue. Anyway, so while I can't remember who was driving at the time. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so we're in the midst of, I believe, yeah, we were in the midst of coming back. We'd seen some horses. So one of the family members had some friends, and they were boarding a horse somewhere. And we had just we were coming out of the property off of this road. It was a dirt road, and onto a paved road. And then eventually we were in the process of making a turn onto the main a main road. It wasn't a main highway, but it was one of the main roads on the island, one of 3 or 4, I think. And less than 2 minutes or so, maybe 5, but I think it was more like 2. I literally hear mama, and I went, I said my son's name, and I said, "Did you just say my name? Did you just call me?" I mean, I sat straight up. I was like, "What?" And my son said, "No." I think I said, "Did you just say something to me?" I think is what I specifically said. And he said, "No." And that was when I felt the second, before he even gave his response. Hey, Susan Alloway, come on in, and hun. I hope you're enjoying story time. Anyway, and welcome to my channel if you haven't already been. Anyway, and so before he answered, I literally felt my hybrid son's energy, and I instantaneously knew that it wasn't my biological human son that had responded. And literally, as my son is saying, it wasn't me, or I didn't say, no, I didn't say anything, which was confirmation to me that I had my son, my hybrid son, was literally, he was so close. I could feel his energy. And I literally, I went stark raving, not Looney Tunes, but I didn't say a word. I went stoic. And I focused on the car and the road off to my right. And I started just focusing, and I went really deep in my head at that time. And we started having a telepathic conversation, and I went, "You are close. How close are you?" And he goes, "I'm right above you." And it took everything. It took everything in me not to tell the person who was driving to stop the car, because I wanted to see my boy. I wanted to see my other boy. I wanted to be, I haven't wanted to be on board a craft that bad. Damn. I wanted to see my boy. And the fact that they were allowing him to communicate with me was a really big deal. Really, really freaking big deal. He was my 26th hybrid child. That number is still mind-boggling to me. I still can't even, my brain can't even wrap around that I've had that many hybrid children. That's a whole nother subject. So, Sovereign, you wanted to know? This is part of that weekend of experience for me. So you wanted to hear about it. This is that story. This is only part of that story. Oh, God. So, and that actually came after me being taken the night before. The night before I was, it was our first night staying there and at the Airbnb. I cannot allow that emotion to come up, because if I allow that emotion to come up, guys, we won't have a show. We won't have a broadcast. I will be nonstop crying for at least a good hour and a half or more. No joke. The one thing that I really want is to be able to see my children. Sorry. Anyway, started letting it come through. Gotta stop. Anyway, damn. So that was that experience. The first night we were there, was it the second night? No, it was. It was the first. Hang on a second. I got to think about this a minute. No, it wasn't the first night. It would have been the second. Okay, because the second day we got there. Hang on a second. I got to talk this out a minute. We got there. We did the Catsouks. So it was decided we would see the horses. We'd go to the farm. The second day I stayed at the Airbnb because my body couldn't handle anything. Could not handle. I was not functioning. Did we come back on a Sunday? Yeah, we did. We came back on a Sunday. So we were there Thursday, Friday. So yeah, it would have been Saturday. It would have been that Saturday. I have all this written down. I have the timeline of this. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. My son works tomorrow. I think. Tomorrow I see other family, and then Friday we have a big family function that we will be at. So that's answer to your question, Derek. No certain behind the scenes things that we can't overlook, which I'm going to keep to myself. It's hard finding genuine people. Yeah, I will tell you straight up what my experiences are. I mean, it's like, why bother fucking hiding them? There are things that I will not talk about that are way too fucking private. There's none of your business. I will tell you that flat out. I will not describe certain aspects of my abductions, but there are a shit ton that I will describe. And the reason I won't describe some of them is because they are extremely personal regarding vaginal stuff, extremely personal regarding deeper emotions. Not your damn business. As much as I love you guys, that's just not your business. So, and I appreciate this community for allowing me. Yes, I have, Derek. He's asking, have you ever been abducted by negative aliens? Oh, by freaking God, yes, I have. That's another subject. Anyway, so regarding getting back into the subject of my son being overhead, okay, that's actually starting to annoy the crap out of me. That needs to stop. Knock it off, you stupid phone. There we go. So basically what's taken place is that I was abducted on that trip. Thought I was losing my mind. And I was like, wait a minute, did that just happen? Yes. Oh my God, it really did. And I was allowed to remember parts of it because I was in the process of breaking through the barrier that they had up on my head. And I don't know how I broke through it, but I did. And basically what ends up taking place is I was forced to get dressed. I didn't have the memories before of how I got out there. Those have slowly come back. Bits and pieces have come back. And now it's lining up with the timeline. And I'm like, oh my God. So basically I was made to get dressed, get out of bed, get dressed, and I was taken. And it was cold. That night was, it was down in the you're talking January, out in the frickin' Thule country land on an island. You're talking 28 degrees at night. It was frickin' cold. Excuse me. And for some reason, I didn't have my cane. I could walk completely normal. I don't know how. They must have controlled that section of my brain to be completely capable of walking. I don't know how the hell they did it. Because I walk with a goddamn cane, guys. And so I woke up and there are about 15 people, are kind of like, I'm at the back. I'm towards the back, and there are people coming at like in my peripheral, coming out like this, and then coming out like that. And there's 6 or 7 tall gray ETs, and tall, 7 feet tall. They're tall, okay? They're a form of gray that is got blue but gray. I don't know how else to explain that. They're gray, but they're not gray. But they've got a gray head, but it's not a true gray head. And what really woke me up was we were walking over branches. I was in a freaking forest, and I'm like, where's this forest? Where am? And I'm like, no, come on, no. And that's how I woke up. Because the breaking of branches that we were walking, and they're twig branches. They're not much more than this big. And so we're walking over these twigs and these branches, and it's the cracking sound that actually started waking me up. It wasn't the cold. I didn't feel cold. I knew I was dressed. I remember looking down at my shoes, and I'm like, those are my jeans. Why am I in my jeans? And I wasn't able to move my head. So I was like, I'm moving my head right now, but I was able to go down like this with my eyes. and I saw my feet, and I'm like, I don't know how I saw my feet because hello, big tits, big tummy, but I saw my feet, and they were I was literally in the process of taking a step, and that's how I knew I had my tennis shoes on and my pants on. And I honestly, I do not remember what shirt I was wearing. I know that I had a long sleeve on because my arms were not cold to the air. Hey, Joe. And so I so I'm in the process of waking up. I'm hearing the cracking sound, and I'm realizing I can't control my neck, but I can control my eyes. And I'm walking, and I'm not feeling my body walk. I'm here to tell you, if that doesn't fucking freak you out, you're walking, you're not controlling your body. You can't control your arms. You can't control your neck. The only thing you can control is your goddamn eyeballs. Why I was able to do my eyeballs, I have no idea. And my eyelids, I take it back. My eyelids and my and I remember starting to scream in my head. And yeah, it's definitely like a nope rope. I was like, nope, nope, nope. Anyway, and I'm in the process of and there's and all I see are the backs of people. And there was I want to say 7 grays. I say 6 or 7 because I know there's 2 behind me. And I know there's a few that are there. There's a perimeter. There's 2 behind me. There's a perimeter around this way, and there were a couple in the middle, and they were controlling the group, mentally controlling the group. And I start screaming. I'm like screaming. I'm trying because I can't control my mouth. I can't control my words. I can't control my voice, but I can sure control the sound in my head. And I'm awake. And now I'm pissed. And I start screaming, and I know that they're all telepathic. Every one of them are telepathic. And I knew that the humans that were standing in front of me could hear. And they could hear anybody. Because and I was starting to scream, and I was starting to scream, wake up, by God, wake up. And nothing. And I get told, it's okay, Nikki. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And I'm screaming, no, it's not. And then I just start screaming, wake up, get your minds open, wake up. If you can't control, wake your brain, wake up. This is not a dream. This is real. This is real. And I can't, and they went, you're done. And I'm gone. That's the last fucking thing I remember. Following day, I'm awake. And I'm in bed. And I'm not exactly in the position that I should have been. And I'm like, God, that was the strangest dream. And then I'm like, no fucking way. And I'm like, did I just get taken? And I start realizing my CPAP mask isn't on right. I knew I hadn't moved. Because when I'm in a different bed, I don't frickin' move. I do not shift around. I do not, and I was in a lot of pain that night when I got to bed. I was in a lot of pain. And I should have been completely relaxed, and I wasn't. My body was excessively stiff and hurt in ways that it should not have. And so that was, and I just started questioning if I'd been taken. And I went, get it out of your head. You can't go there right now. You cannot. And I was just like, you can't go there. Don't go there. And part of me was going, why not? And I'm like, right now, you need to be away. You need a different way to cope. And I was trying to find a way to cope. And it was that day that we went and saw the animals. It was that day, or the horses, and it was that day that, and I've got one of my favorite pictures of me with a horse. I actually post it on Facebook periodically. It's an older horse. Yeah, but I just was one of my favorite pictures of me. I've got another picture of me actually sitting on a horse years and years and years ago, back in 2002. So basically, so when we're coming out of the farm and taking a right onto that road, and I'm hearing my son, it's literally not registering with me that I'd been taken the night before. So basically, going from that to where the following day, another experience was a Fae experience. And the following day, we were leaving, and we were in this park that had obviously had a fire in the park. And it's like a forested park area, okay? And you're talking the ground, you've got, all you've got is dirt. And it's a heavily forested area, and you've got maybe 4-5 feet of scorch marks all around the trees, burn marks going up the trees. And if you've ever seen that, you know what the hell I'm talking about. There is no foliage whatsoever. You see right through everything. All you see are the tree. You get the darkness from the trees and bits and pieces of light coming through. But there's no branches. There's no nothing. And that's what it was like as we were coming back around. This park curved a lot coming in and out and around. And when we made this big loop and curl, and then started coming back in and winding our way out, we hit a curve, and I'm noticing over here off to my right. And if I remember right, I was in the back seat that time, I think. I can't remember. I could have sworn I was in the back seat. Trying to remember. It doesn't matter anyway. But I'm sitting on the right side. I'm sitting on the passenger side. I keep thinking I'm in the back seat, and I don't know why. And as we're starting to drive by, I see this 5-6 foot opened circle, and we're in daylight hours. We're like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 o'clock. Can't remember, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. Somewhere between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon is what I'm going to say, because I don't remember. I've got all this shit written down. All of this is written down. And documented. I document when I go through stuff. I document the ever living shit out of it. And there's a portal open. There's a portal doorway open in these woods. And it's complete daytime. You got daylight popping through these trees, all these trees that are, I don't know. Ouch. Hang on a second, guys. I can tell you how big around these trees were. Ouch. These trees are, I don't know, it must have been 36 inches. 36 inches in diameter, each of these trees. And or thereabouts. Some of them were a little smaller, but most of them were about that big. And basically, I'm going, oh my God, I just saw a fairy. And I knew, for whatever reason, I knew it was a fairy portal. They allowed me to see it. It opened for me. And it was complete nighttime in that portal. As a completely, and it was heavily forested. I mean, heavily forested. I will never frickin', and it was round. It wasn't square. But it was it was kind of a roundish oval. I don't know how else to describe it, but it was round, but yet kind of oval. But it wasn't an egg shape, but not quite a full oval. Anyway, doesn't really matter. But the point is that it was a doorway. It was, I'm a big freaking girl, okay? It was big enough for me to walk through easily, really easily. I can't say it shimmered. It didn't, Simon the Likeable is asking, did it shimmer? No, it didn't. But I could tell that it was like, how do I explain this? It was like an opening. It was like, it's like the bottom of the doorway hit the dirt. So you had this flat at the bottom, and then the edges bowed on either side of it. And it bowed up like this and then up into a kind of like a dome type of thing. And it was nighttime on the other side of that. And that I was like, and you could literally see the difference between daylight where I was. I mean, it was so defined. And I almost started screaming in the car. And I'm like, oh my God, that's a portal. Oh my God, I've seen my first portal. Oh my God, that's a fair. And I just instantly knew it was a fairy portal. It was a fae portal. And I so badly wanted to get out of that car and walk through it. I so badly wanted to walk through it. Because for whatever reason, I knew I would be safe. I don't know how I knew that. I just knew that I would be safe. But we had a ferry to catch. And I was like, we're not stopping for that ferry. We're going to continue on. And so that was why if we had the time, Nikki would have walked up to the portal and put her hand in. I would have put my cane in. Oh yeah. Anyway. And I knew I was okay. It was craziest freaking thing. And I was like, I was supposed to see that. They didn't see it. They looked back and it wasn't there. And when they were in the process of turning their head, that was when it just went like that. It was gone. That was the coolest. It was really freaking awesome. So that was January of 2022. So, Sovereign, you got the full weekend story. And I have not read chat in quite a long time. Anyway, so oh, Paula, hey, sweetie. Oh, that actually is pretty cool. I like that idea, Paula. So yeah, it's just you got quite the experiences out of me tonight. All the stories, um, and the fact that I got to see or I think I got to see my son, but yet I don't have memory of it. I do not have a memory. Sorry, I've got BobRoss painting on my TV because as long as I don't listen, it's fine. Because all of that goes back into and helps keep me calm, and it's kind of painting, kind of style painting I used to do actually back in the day, with oil paints and stuff. It's very resemblance of William Alexander um, and before there was a guy before William Alexander, if I remember right, and then you had him, and then you had William Alexander, and then you had, which is in the 80s, and then you had the mid to late 80s with BobRoss, and then there have been a couple of after him. So anyway, so I got stuff on in the background. So if you see light coming and going, that's what it is. It's the TV changing up. So anyway, I get very specific about getting taken. I don't know what I was supposed to be doing in January 2022. I don't know if they were taking eggs from me. I don't know if they weren't implanting. I know that. I know they did something medical because I felt it, but I couldn't tell you what. And the following day, to be able to hear my son talk to me where he was that close. I had both of my sons with me. I can't even begin to tell you what that was. Can't even begin to tell you what that was like. And last year I got to see my firstborn. Hey, Rick. It's Paula's account. I'm fairly sure she has no interest in postmodern jazz fusion. Huey Lewis music. I love Huey Lewis. Huey Lewis the news. Anyway, no, they don't. That's an excellent question, Derek. So Derek is asking, do alien hybrid children look the same, Nikki? No, they don't. Not at all. As a matter of fact, the closest I've ever seen to children that look that are similar. Let's see if I can find it on my phone. I don't know if you're going to be able to. Okay, so I do not know whose art this is. This is art that I found on the internet. The eyes are what my hybrid children look like. The eyes, and then I don't know if you can see the nose. Let's see if we can do the nose. So the credit goes to whoever's art this is. But the little tiny nose, if you see, let's see if I can do this. I don't know, can you see the nose? There we go. Little tiny nose, lips are very much like that. Chin is not quite right. Their chin is more like their chin is a combination of this. So whoever's art this is, oh, F balls. That's not going to work apparently. Okay. And whoever's art this is, I mean, credit goes to where credit is due, but let's see. The heads are bigger. I don't know, maybe you can see it from back here. If I open this up, no, that's all you're gonna. Oh, F balls. There we go. So the head is very much like that, but the eyes are what I showed you. The chin is thin, real similar to this, but the nose is like what I showed you before. And my kids, they range in blue eyes to green eyes to brown eyes. My daughter, my firstborn, she looks like no, I don't, Simon. Simon the Likeable is asking a question. Do you think we've failed as custodians and the hybrids are being prepped to step in? No, I think that's BS. It's a great question. Don't get me wrong. I just don't believe or think that way. Sorry for the loud noise. My phone just hit my cup. Tim at Area 51. Did you not know you are neighbors with Nikki? She's not far from me, actually, says one. I am close to a few people from SOR and other podcasts here that we all follow. Tim to Area 51. You should meet her. I would love to. Yeah, I would love to meet you guys too. If I could financially do it, and my body could hold up, I would be I would be at SOR party. I don't have it would take $1,000 for me to, it would actually take a little bit more than that, but it essentially take zit on my, no, that's not a zit. Why do I have a red mark on my chin? Sorry guys, I just noticed certain things. It's, I think how the lighting is, because there's no zit there. Anyway, yeah, I would love to do the SOR party. Yeah, SOR party Mother's Day weekend just ain't it. Yeah, I know, I get that. So I would go in a freaking heartbeat. But my back's got to hold up, and I would go on Thursday through Monday. I would leave Monday, so that I could spend as much time as I possibly could. So, but that I priced it out. The ticket for hotel is something like $580 or something like that, and then you're dealing with flights. And me and flying at this size don't exactly bode well anymore. So I don't know. I'd have to and with the kind of body issues, I don't know. So getting me there would be a bitch and a half. So yeah, there's a lot of people. I would love to have some kind of party like that in Washington State or even in California. Well, I don't know, it's the same. Well, no, because I could take a train down. Taking a train to Nevada is a bit of a bitch. This is a little bit more doable for me than flying, but right now, because the body has to hold up. You're really. I made Rick get back into his own account. Hey, Paula. That's good to see you, hon. That's funny. Whoops. Yeah, laughing and that says everything when you're underneath. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, if I could talk, there you are. Oh my God, you too. I love you. I love you both. Oh God, you guys are sweet. Anyway, very cute couple, guys. Very cute couple. Anyway, so yeah, if I could go to SOR party, I would in a heartbeat. So thank you, Paula. I appreciate that. I don't wear it very often. It's a wear at home type of thing. Do a raffle, like some people get all expenses paid. Yeah, actually, what I should do is I should do a GoFundMe or something like that. But because I would go in a heartbeat. There are a bunch of people I would love to see at the SOA party. Misha's one of them. I know. And I don't know if she's going to be there this year, but she is in Las Vegas, and I would figure out a way to get to Vegas to go see her. Um, there's a number of other folks, and then I know people in Vegas that I haven't seen in a number of years, and I wouldn't mind seeing them. Would really enjoy that. So I'm not a huge Vegas fan, like a lot of people are. I'm not a huge Nevada fan for that matter, but that's okay. Yeah, Nevada's very big. Try being on the highway in a rental truck and you are hauling stuff home from Nevada to um, Washington, and you're going well beyond the speed limit. And you've got people driving like bat out of hell in and out of traffic, nearly causing your vehicle, the vehicle on the other side of the road, they drive like they're nuts. And I've experienced California drivers. And that's saying something. California and New York drivers, holy crap, Ola. You learn a lot by different states and how they drive. Folks in Washington, Oregon don't drive like that. Folks in Idaho don't drive like that. Folks in British Columbia don't drive like that. So you learn now, and it's different even in Missouri. We've got family in Missouri. I've got friends in Colorado. I've got family and friends in Colorado. I've got people all over the country, and everywhere is different. But the biggest drivers regarding speed and kind of like crazy driving, California and New York. So I'm like, wow. And Nevada, California, New York, and Nevada, from my personal experience and what I've seen. So, Paris saying North Carolina is the home of NASCAR. They all think they are in it. Well, that's good to know. So maybe North Carolina and Florida are kind of like that too. I don't have a clue. Oh, finally, there goes the fingers that popping again. I'm not saying people are bad, but those are kind of choices that you got to be careful, because that could have cost. There were, from what I saw in the other vehicle, that when this person was passing, this was one individual. The other people in the other vehicle across from us, there were three. There was a family of three. It would have cost 5 lives. It would have been, well, 2, 5, 6 lives. We narrowly went over a ditch because of this person's, and it was like that in another location. It wasn't just there. And I mean, I was like, wow, okay. So yeah, I've got weird experiences anyway. So I'm not a fan of that kind of dry heat, and I'm not that fan of, I enjoy Washington, but I don't appreciate the rain. I've lived in the Seattle area off and on throughout my life. I've lived in the Skagit Valley off and on throughout my life. So, you know, I've been to the Pacific Islands. I've been to across the country. I've been to a number of states. I'm not well rounded in traveling, but I have traveled. I've done the British Columbia thing and been up actually by Dave Scott's place. I know a little bit of the area, which is kind of cool. So when he talks about certain things, I remember what it's like. And I've got family in British Columbia, far up in the mountains, quite a ways east from Dave. Quite a ways east, actually. And so, and they're very much in mountains. Wow, very, very, very much in mountains. So you've got that. Anyway, regarding the so if I could, yeah, I would go. If it were gifted to me, yeah, I would. As long as here's the conundrum with it. As long as my mom is safe and alive and well, then yeah, I will go. If my mom is ill, there's no way in hell anybody will pull me away from her. No, not happening. So, and so yeah, it's but yeah, I would love to be gifted. That would be really, really awesome. So yeah, I've got friends that love the North Carolina area too. When they travel, they travel from the New York area, New York to Massachusetts type of area, and they travel to Florida and west. God, I can't think of their version of west. Headed my way, sort of, but anyway, from Florida, and I hear about all the different areas and the land, and look like I got a 70s haircut. Anyway, go get that cut and get it. Anyway, this just hasn't happened. I've had too much going on. So yeah, okay. Who just touched me? Speaking of stuff going on, whatever. Anyway, then that's the kind of stuff that happens in my life on a regular basis. So, not me, he says Para. Yeah, I know, sweetie. Anyway, so that's a lot of the experiences I've talked about, but my kids, I during that time, in January of 2022, I've asked the other side. I was going to say the other side, the ETs, if they would please. I want to see my children, and they connected me with my firstborn, my daughter, and oh my God, she was beautiful. She's 41 years, well, now 42 years old. To think about that. Speaking of which, let's figure it out while I'm with you, because I always say she's 41 and she's not now. Or I always say she's 40 and she's not now. So, okay, so, 19, and then we've got, so in so she is 41. So in 2022, she was 40. So this year, this year she was 41. So she's a few months away from being 42. Which is just a mind bender to me, since I'm 55. So, anyway, excuse me. So we've got, so I had her when I was 14. They impregnated me when I was 13, and at the end of that year, and my birthday is February 28th, and so they took her from my body sometime before, a week before my birthday or 2 weeks after my birthday, or thereabouts. Could have been longer, but then she gestated for a number of months. And so I don't know exactly when her birth is. I don't remember it. I just know that she was born in 82. She was birthed, is how they call it. She was birthed at 80 in 1982. I was 14 years old at the time. So, and I've, so 26, and I was in group with a group of ET abductees, and one of them was, well, a few of them were psychics, and they're like, you've got 28 children, Nikki. You don't have 26, you've got 28. And I'm like, say what? Well, that's news to me. So, but I still have a hard time now. I still have a hard time with the idea of that many children. What is the purpose with that many children? Is it the abilities? Is it the psychic abilities? Is it what makes me so special to have that many children? I don't understand. I have asked. I've never been consciously allowed to remember. That pisses me off. I get very, very angry over that. Very angry. I don't allow myself to think about it much, because if I do, I get overwhelmed, and then the anger kicks in, and then my rage kicks in. And I'm like, rage is not conducive to a healthy lifestyle, flat out. And I have emotions. I do let them out. I let my anger out periodically. I don't keep it all bottled up, because that's not good for you. If and when I'm ever allowed to freely be me, and openly communicate things, I can do that here, because the community is accepting. Thank you for the 9 likes. I appreciate that. Please like, share, and subscribe. Derek, I've been meaning to ask you, 10, thank you. I've been meaning to ask you, exactly what kind of swing is that? Is it 271 likes on mine, Nikki? What the hell are you talking about, Derek? I'm kidding. That's what I was wondering, if it was a sex swing. Because I know there are people that have those, and they use them for regular swings. But then I also know that people that have them that will not use them for anything else other than a sex swing. So, and let me tell you, from what I've been told, boy, do you have to have some really strong 2x4s in that, because, oh my God, in your ceiling. I mean, hello, nurse. Or do you have an actual frame, metal frame that you put together? I don't want to know. I want to know, but I don't want to know. I'm being nosy as hell. You need one that's on a bungee cord, Tim? Swings can be fun. They have swings that aren't hung from the ceiling. Yeah, I do know that. I know. And you're a lot younger than I am, so Anyway, that's a whole nother subject. We could have a. I could talk a blue streak on the things I know. But there are some things that are just not necessarily appropriate for this. Well, yes, Tim, we know that. It's a good glute workout. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Amongst butt muscles. I know that's what you meant. Anyway, anyhow, but yeah, it's not necessarily appropriate for here. But let it go, Nikki. My brain just went 10 million different places. Anyhow, yeah, and it makes it easier for the couple. I needed a good laugh. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad. You gotta laugh, baby. You gotta laugh. You gotta have joy in your life. You gotta create the joy. If you got a lot of shit and a lot of negativity in your life, you must. It's absolutely crucial that you create little bits of joy in your life. In order for you to survive the shit that is going down in your life, freaking A, create happiness, create little bits of joy here and there. Don't wallow in self-pity. Don't wallow in the negativity. It's not easy having positive bits and pieces, but in order to get through a lot of negative bullshit, you find little things to do. Whether that is having bubbles and blowing bubbles, the act of actual blowing physical bubbles, you're literally releasing stress out of your body from your lungs. You're literally changing the frequency of your body. A swing, actually, you're creating movement and flow in your body that releases stress and energy. So there are ways to create positive energy. For me, and I've talked about this on the S4 bunker. We talked about this tonight. I'm not reading that one out loud, Tim. And I just lost my train of thought. So we talked about this on the S4 bunker tonight, which is I get a lot of teasing for talking about using a whip. I have a whip that is made out of recycled inner rubber from tires. It's like the inner tube type section from a tire. I don't know what else to call it. But I use it when I go to the ocean. And or if I've got an excessive amount of stress, I might show it someday on my channel. I don't have a bullwhip, although I do love the sound of a bullwhip. There are certain things, and that comes from a past lifetime. I've never talked about that on the S4 bunker, but whoops, hello, there goes the phone. But I have that comes directly from a past lifetime from when I rode horses a lot. In those lifetimes, it's not just one or two lifetimes, it's multiple lifetimes. And you rode with rope, and you rode with certain kind of whips, and they were leather whips. Well, okay, in this lifetime, when I was going through my counseling for the childhood abuse that I went through, that I experienced, one of the things that we found, that my counselor and I found, was that worked for me, was taking the kelp rope that you find along the ocean, and picking it up and finding ones that do not break, that are like hard rubber, but those aren't called kelp ropes. They're called something else, but that's what they remind me of. And I would take it and I would whack it and whip it on the water, on the ocean, and I'd get out about knee deep or a little bit deeper into the ocean, and I would whack it on the ocean. And when I came back and talked to my counselor, he was like, "That's a great idea. Why don't you search for something like that?" So it took me years and years and years to find one, because you can't take leather out into the water. Any kind of leather is going to end up, it's going to eventually disintegrate the leather, the salt water. And so I finally found one, oddly enough, at a sex toy shop, because I was looking for one of these whips, and it took me almost a year to find. And I finally came across one, and it was made out of the handle's made out of a specific kind of stretchable rubber. The handle's about this long, and then the whip part of itself is about this long, and there's shreds of rubber from inner tubes, basically, is what it is. And so it's about yay big around, and I will take that to the ocean whenever I go to a pool, or I have used it in a pool, but it doesn't work quite as well. And it gets God, you get a lot of detrimental shit from people. Whereas when you're at the ocean or at a beach, or at a lake, it's not quite as bad. And so I'll walk out waist deep, and I'll just right onto the water, and it helps release, if my back can handle it at the time, but it will help release stress and anxiety and anger if I've got it. And it's a positive, constructive way. And I've used it on the couch arm. There's a two 2x4s that run through this couch arm, and I've used it on the couch arm before, years ago. Number of years, well, not that long ago, but a number of years ago. I've used it on my bed, and if I have anger that builds up, instead of keeping it inside, bottled up inside, I'll pull the whip off the rope, not off the rope, off the wall. Excuse me, because I have it. Well, right now it's not hanging on a wall; it's hanging on a bookcase. It's hanging on a metal bookcase. Over the hoop is over it, and yeah, it went away. I didn't see it, Tim. Text me what you said. Anyway, Derek. I don't know if I'm going to answer that publicly. Okay, so anyway, so the whip works out to be a really good method that is constructive. It's positive. It doesn't affect negatively around you. Yeah, physical is a huge part. And you're not taking your anger out on somebody, whether that's physical or emotional or psychological, or you're not directing that at people in a negative, detrimental way. So this is it worked out really well. Once I went through my counseling, I was like, I need something that works like that, and that's what works for me. I've used it, I think, twice on the reclining chair. I've used it a number of times on the arm, one of the arms of the oh my god, whoever just put that in my head, that knock it off. Quit with the bending over. That definitely was not me. That wasn't me. I don't know who it was. I wasn't really paying attention. But it definitely caught me off guard. Anyway, and it's throwing my thinking, which is probably what they're trying to do. Anyway, and so I've also used it on my bed a number of times, because there were times where when I was starting to go through the memories of what was being done to me with the ETs, I was really pissed. I mean, like really, really, really angry. And I was trying really hard not to take my anger out on other people, and I was really trying not to yell and scream or anything like that. And so my whip had been wound up in a so it doesn't collect dust. So it was wound up in like a grocery bag, and I unwound it and hung it on the wall during the time that I was going through that anger, and I would pick it up periodically and use it on the bed because I needed to get my anger out. And I was really angry at the ETs that were taking me during different sections. It wasn't okay. And there are many aspects where I'm not okay with it. There are many aspects of it where I've got my children. I want to see my children. I begged and pleaded in 2022 to see my children. It took them months and months and months before they allowed me to see my daughter. I got to see my daughter. They connected the two of us. Granted, it was in higher consciousness. I didn't actually physically get to see her. But and I cried. I mean, I instantly cried the second I saw her. I was like, you're, and that was a thing. She never spoke to me, and that hurt. That actually really hurt. There's no connection between her and I anymore. There's a connection. I've got a connection with three of my most current children, hybrid children, and I miss them terribly. And I've cried deeply and dearly over them, over not being able to be in contact with them. My son is the only one that stays in contact with me, my hybrid son. And that's a big deal. That's a really, really, really big deal to me. So, yeah, it just, you go through different emotions. And a lot of people are not talking about their hybrid kids. I don't hear anybody talking about that. And believe me, I've frickin' looked. I'm sure there's got to be somebody talking about it, somebody besides me. So, I mean, there are a lot of people that talk about that they're part of the baby programs, the hybridization programs, but they don't talk about their children. Why? Do you not have connection with them? Do you not remember? Or is that just too private to talk about? That's a really big freaking deal to me. I'm like, let's talk about this subject. This needs to be talked about. It's a really effing big deal. Derek, when it comes to romance, it's a combination. It's a combination. It's not just get her done type of thing. It's a combination of factors for a lot of women, and everyone is different. Every woman is completely different regarding the romance. Some people, some women, they you got to get them in their head. Other women, it's about physicality. It's about all the physical. Others are show me the romance. It just everybody's different. There's a huge psychology side to it. So that's how I'm going to answer that question that you had earlier. So we've got it's almost 3 a.m. here, 2:56 a.m., and we're 2 hours and 17 minutes into this. I have not truly read chat in quite a lengthy time. Number of questions have really had really been going. Let's see. That actually allowed me to click on it. Okay, so we're back at the Liberty Bell. Let's see. Back at omega-3s. Okay, food packing. Derek, we stayed at an Airbnb once and found a camera in the room. I went apeshit. My God, no kidding. Holy crap. Oh, Derek, you had asked me if I've ever been abducted by negative ETs. Yes, I have. Negative ETs are the ones that broke my when I was a young teenager. They broke the inside roof of my mouth. They shattered it with what I could only describe as a ball gag. It was metal. I've been told that that's military. I remember it as being ET. I don't remember any military around at that time. But yeah, I've got some real issues with that. And there were other things that were done. I haven't really talked about a lot of the really bad stuff that has been done. I mean, like some of this stuff. I just haven't gone there. A lot of the things that I talk about, many people consider that bad. So, you know, being returned and having hands on your arms, being escorted to the toilet so that you could pee, then hands washed and put back to bed, and you are, before your head even hits the pillow, you're knocked out and you're gone because they want you and you are theirs. Yeah, with me screaming that I'm going to kill him. Yeah, cut him up. I was not a happy camper. There were things that have been done that so yeah, it just okay, so going through all of this. Amy, are you still listening? Haven't seen you in here for a while. There's quite a few people. Oh, Rick is saying Highway 20 is a nightmare, apparently. Yeah, it usually is during the holidays. Highway 20, and so is I-90. Yikes. During holiday times. Come on. I'm getting there, folks. I'm just trying to get through all of this because we've done a lot of talking about a lot of different things. Yes, you are there. Okay. Or do not speed read. Yeah, I'm going through it. I'm done. Oh, interesting question, Tim. So okay, so where'd it go? So Tim is commenting. So do all ETs? I think you mean are all ETs not biological? There are people that have made claims that the small ETs that they have seen are, they've made claims that those ETs are like mechanical. That's not what I know. What I know is that there are many different sizes of ETs. Each size is typically, as I understand it from other people and from what I myself remember, ouch. Ooh, my back just locked. They are biological. They are different races of ETs, usually. I do know that there are blue ETs that are a form of Arcturians as well as grays, because for whatever reason they've done the splicing and dicing. I do know that I still do corrupt. Okay, my hip just popped. Part of my hip. I do know that they make their own clones. I do know that they make the nursemaids. Yes and no. It's a release on that hip, but it's not quite the right spot that it needed to release, if that makes sense. And it just makes my low back worse, actually. But for the moment, we'll deal with it. So basically, what ends up taking place is, and from what I've learned from them, is that they make clones at different sizes and heights. And those clones are nursemaids. They each have a soul. That's what I know. They choose to take care of the children. Finally, finger popped and wrist and other wrist. Yes, finally. Been waiting for that for a while. And so basically you each height level, this is how they use them as for the nursemaids. Each level is for like a different age group. They're to do different things. The taller ones are in charge of a specific group, if that makes sense, of the children and the nursemaids, or of the nursemaids, I should say. They're doing specific things. The ones that do the birthings are different size altogether, different. How do I say this? It's almost like a different race of ET, but yet somehow they're still connected because they still have the blue skin. So there's a lot of genetic splicing and dicing that these ETs do. Interesting that I have been told, telepathically told, that yes. So Tim just asked, so are they birthed physically? Yes, they are. It's not the kind of birthing. They are birthed from the containers. They're literally telepathically. Okay, how do I explain this? They are literally telepathically connected with, and the infant with the nursemaid, and the nursemaid there's a different, it's like they're hands on, but they're not. The gel and everything, I'm not sure, because I don't remember exactly the fine details of it. I just remember that the liquid is removed, the baby is classified as birthed once there's something done with the cord, or no cord. Some of those babies don't have cords. I don't understand that. and some of them do. That makes no logical sense to me. Until it's explained to me, that will make no logical sense to me. So that's how I'm going to state that. The ones that do have cords, it's eventually cut. Oh, stop making noises. I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. Woo. Okay, maybe not. So basically, and they're cleaned up. I mean, they are. Would you please stop it? I'm not hungry. Cut it out. That so they're sorry. I'm talking to my body publicly. Sorry. I get tired of some of the noises anyway. It's not all the time. It's just happens more at night anyway. So they they end up being birthed that way. And they are literally, I can't say bonded, but the nursemaid knows the infant knows the nursemaid, and that nursemaid goes with that infant. They're not in diapers. They're not, I don't know why. They're literally butt ass naked. Carried around butt ass naked. I don't think I've ever talked about that before. And they're walked from the birthing room through it's like the birthing room, the metal on the wall opens up. It was a wall at one time, and then it literally morphs into a door. They walk through, the wall closes up, and I don't mean a doorway. I mean it literally, because it's a morphing ship. They walk through with other children into like a gigantic playroom type nursery type area, and then they walk that through another doorway. The wall opens up and then closes because, like I said, it's a morphing ship. And then they bring the baby, the infant, to the biological mother, and the mother, it's the baby's handed over, and you want to spend time with your infant, and it's like you've got this need to bounce this, but you don't have to. The infant, for whatever reason, instantly through their eyes recognizes their mom. And I think that it's a combination of through the eyes, they visually recognize the mother, but at the same time, they recognize her energy from a distance. And the infant, typically, not always, some children are very, it depends on what they've, the race of ET that they've spliced and diced the genes with. Some babies are very, very quiet, whereas other babies are, yeah, no, cat restrooms, yeah, are very active. I had one that was excessive. I'm going to start coughing. Okay, let's try this again. So I had one infant that was excessively active. I mean, not extremely, he was excessively active. And I think I've talked about that before. And I don't talk about it very often because it was mind boggling. And then the interesting thing about it is that I just saw a YouTube or a Facebook reel that was talking about, it was a doctor, and he talked about I think it was a pediatric doctor, and he talked about yeah, that's what I'm beginning to wonder, Tim. I think everybody else is just in the background listening and they've fallen asleep, which is fine. I've been told that a lot. That my voice tends to it's very relaxing and it tends to put people to sleep. That's fine. Anyway, so the babies, their toes, they splay their toes. And this doctor literally showed when you put your fingers up against a baby's foot, it curls around the fingers, the person's fingers. I have seen that on more hybrid children, hybrid babies. And this doctor, this pediatrician, was saying how that can last for months. Not in an ET, baby. I am here to I lay testament and witness to no, it doesn't. Not in a hybrid child. Yes, and there was a reason why I posted that. Because on the hybrid children, they grow exponentially fast. 2 weeks is usually the most that will last, if that. I have known that some of my children grow so fast that in 1 month's time, and this is not a goddamn joke, I'm being deadpan serious. In 1 month's time, you will have an infant be birthed. And at the end of 4 weeks, that once infant will look like a fully grown human being or a human hybrid being. Not fucking joking. I'm deadly serious when I say that. I've seen aspects of it. I remember aspects of it. I also remember being told that by the ETs on ship. They allowed me to, once I started with the begging and the pleading and the literal crying, that I wanted to remember more of this. You've got to allow me to remember more of this. I need to be able to not only explain this to others, I need to be able to understand this myself. And back when my first was born, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that at all. It took them months to become fully grown and fully developed. That's an excellent question, Paramarv. I'll get to that in just a second. It's truly an excellent question. So yeah, you those kids, it's mind bending. I have memories of children on board ship where they had me waiting with children, and the nursemaids, the nannies, if you will. But what I made the realization was that those nursemaids, those nannies, literally go with the child from the moment they're born until they are fully grown. They literally do all the nutrition. They do all of the teaching. Well, not every part of it, but quite a huge chunk of it, because it is such a speed growth. I can't even fathom. Anytime I hear something like that from the ETs, I start asking questions like, human children go through growth pains, physical, actual, real growth pains. How are these children not going through growth pains? How is that not possible? Well, they do, but it's different. What do you mean it's different? And what do you mean that they do? I mean, you're talking the movement of bone in exponential rate. How is that? That's got to be incredibly painful. They learn to deal with that with their higher consciousness. Excuse me? That's a specific kind of pain. Come on, folks. Why is that not being? I'm like, hello, I am a mom. I am going to be mom. I'm going to be asking these questions because I want to know my kids are going to be okay. I get very angry about that. You're dealing with extremes amount of pain, and you're telling me that you're teaching them specific methods to control that pain level. You're dealing with specific, not only psychological levels, but you're dealing with everything. You're not just talking about growth, bone pain. You're talking about muscle pain. You're talking bone pain, muscle pain, nerve pain, nerve endings in that nerve pain. You're dealing with all aspects of this. You're dealing with organs that are growing at that rate of speed. Are you freaking kidding me? Why would you? And that's when I start getting into the science of it, and I get upset, and then I get shut down. They shut me off. I get very, very upset. I get very, very parent-like, and I get very much like a bear or a bull or whatever you want to call it here. I get very angry because I'm like, you are doing the splicing and dicing of these genetics, and you're expecting them to grow at that rate of speed. Look at us as human beings. It takes us from birth to 18 years to get fully grown. And technically, you're 22 by the time you're really fully grown. I've had numerous conversations with orthodontists, with dental surgeons. I can't think of what they're called at this second. Not orthodontics. It's not orthopedics. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I've had those kinds of conversations. I've had them with neurologists. I've had them with about different bone structures, because when my kid was going through different things, there were different things that I was learning about. And then when my friends had their kids and my kid was much older than their kids, there were things that they were going through that I learned from them. So here are things that I know. And when I start thinking about it as a parent, I get angry. I mean, to scientifically do this to a being, human or not, you're dealing with So they have the higher consciousness power and the higher consciousness energy and the frequency, so much farther advanced than our human frequency. Our human physical body can only hit certain levels of frequency before our body crashes and dies. Our body cannot handle our physical body, our brains cannot handle the kind of frequency that they use. I understand that. I get that. But as a mother who is going through these kind of experiences, I start thinking about, what are you doing to my children? Why And then I get angry over not just the speed at which they're doing this, but the things that they're teaching them. There's a lot of it I don't have a problem with, because hello, they're ET, they're a different race of being. I get that they're in their higher consciousness, they're using that. The one boy that is connected with me, they've allowed him to actually have more human emotions. I don't know how they didn't. I don't even know, how do you splice and dice genetic human emotions out of being a human? I don't understand that concept. To be honest, I don't freaking understand the science of that, even the concept of that. But the ETs have. They've been doing it, I was going to say for thousands of years, but I don't know if it's 1,000, I don't know. I just know that they have been doing it for a really long freaking time. I know that they're in the process of putting some of that genetic makeup back in. I know that this one son of mine had not all the human emotions, but he had quite a lot of them. And he was having a really rough time, which is one of the reasons why they allowed me to stay in contact, or him rather, to stay in contact with me, because I was teaching him about human emotions. I was teaching him about some of the psychology, and it's bits and tiny freaking pieces. So I get contacted, and I hear mama, and it's a very specific, it's only him that can do this. Well, it's not just him, it's my other children too, but it's a specific kind of energy that nobody can emulate. The other ETs can't emulate the kind of energy that each one of my children that says mom or mama or ma or whatever they call me, because there are other names that I will not freaking publicly talk about. That's nobody's business but mine. And it keeps them and me safer in that regard. Oh, stop it. I need to be drinking more. That's why I'm getting dehydrated. So when this specific son is in contact with me, I know directly and immediately that it's him. It's how I know it's him. And there have been little things that he's commented on, and I'm like, I know you're upset. I mean, this is a mild example of what I will say to him. I'm not telling you the exact words I say to him. That's not your business, but I will give you the synopsis or the generalized version of it. So it's something along the lines of, I know you're upset. What are they teaching you? It's not working. Okay. What about, and I'll go down a bunch of different things in my head without actually saying it. It'll be like an imagery. So we'll do images back and forth. There have been times where I've done where I literally cannot explain it. And sometimes it's just a connection that he needs. Excuse me. There we go. And he literally needs the connection with mom. Well, that's part of being a human being. You need that connection, that link. That link, it's not just a human emotion, it's a link to humanity. And I've tried to get that across to him. So there are a lot of little things in a fraction of a second that can happen in the communication. And then communication could be 1-2 minutes, or it could be 5 minutes. And then I'll get, hang on. And I'm like, did he just say hang on? And Then I'll hear, yes, Mom, I said hang on. So I'll hear something like that because you don't typically get that kind of okay, somebody's you don't typically get that kind of situation. He's now using human slang, or human, what we would call slang, or human vernacular, I suppose is the way to say that. I don't want to say human language, but it's human. It's how we speak. Can you please quit distracting me? Thank you. So there are different things in that. And that's it. So I'm learning as much as he's learning from me, I'm learning from him. And I don't get to, it doesn't happen all the time. But when it does, it'll happen. It could happen once and then not again for months, or it could happen over a period of time because the ship that he is on is within the United States air range. I don't know how, airspace range, I suppose is how you want to say that. They're in Earth. Marathon. So yeah, it makes things interesting. Okay, so Paramarv has asked, are you, which is an excellent question, are you aware of any of your hybrid kids being on Earth somewhere, or are they all off-world to your knowledge? To my understanding, okay, I don't know exactly where all my kids are. I do know that as far as I understand it, they're all off planet. They're all off of Earth. However, what I have been shown is that somewhere in my timeline, my future, I will be walking down a hallway. I know where this hallway is already, which just shocks the hell out of me. And it's in a public building. And I will see one of my children. It'll be quite a hell of a shock to me. I've already been shown that it will happen. It wasn't a psychic thing. It was me being Jim's camera at dawn. Hello, Jim. Good morning and happy Thanksgiving. Good morning and happy Thanksgiving to you too, dear. So yeah, I was literally shown that it will happen. Do I know which one of my children it will be? No. Which one of my hybrid children it will be? No. Do I know that it's going to be on Earth? Yes, I do. I'm not answering that one just yet, Derek. But I will answer it. So regarding my kids, I know that I will eventually be able to see many of them over the course of my time. I have begged, I have pleaded, I have cried my eyes out, and I'm not joking when I say that. I've literally curled up in a ball in bed crying, and the ETs, they can't handle that. They cannot handle us humans and our emotions, and they cannot handle us crying. At least two of the three races that have taken me, they can't handle it. They can't handle the in our head either feel of it, but more specifically, they really can't handle the physical. And so it's quite the conundrum for them. because many of them, they don't have that kind of emotion. They don't know what to do with us, is basically what it boils down to. So, what the hell is that? There's that. What is this? Oh, that's the bottle of Tylenol. Okay. It's like looking at that going, what the hell is sitting next to my tiger's eye sphere? Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of what it's like. Jim, if you're interested in ET information and hybridization stuff, go back in after this is over with, and there'll be quite a bit of the first huge chunk of this is all about my experiences regarding paranormal, what I've experienced as a kid, as a psychic medium growing up. I'm not like a lot of other folks. I don't have that kind of stuff. What, since you're new in here, I don't know if you've been watching or if you have been recommended by somebody, or if you just came across, if you've just come across this. So I'm a psychic medium. I'm an ET abductee. All my life, I'm 55 years old. I have no problem in saying that, any of that. I've come out of those closets a long time ago. And I talk about my abductions. I talk about my hybrid kids. Susie B sent you. Awesome. Okay. So, uh, go in and look for, you'll hear it in a little bit in tonight's broadcast, the earlier broadcast. Hang on a second. I'm going to show you something, but I need to put the camera straight up because hang on. I don't stand up on camera. I do not do that. Okay, so there's two pictures sitting here. Let's move this one over. There we go. Okay. And sitting back down, hopefully without screaming. Ooh, squeaks. Yeah, I can deal with squeaks. Okay, hang on one second, guys. All right. So, ouch. I slipped into digital mainframe. Okay. So, so these are two ET experiences. This one is when I was it's a painting that I did. It's a bad painting, but it at least gives an idea. Yes, Susie B is very much a good soul. This happened when I was about 6 years old or thereabouts. This one, I can't get that damn thing right, but that's an idea. This one is when I was 4 years old and I was on board an ET craft. Not a joke. Make no jokes about any of this. Well, I do and I don't, but anyway. And the painting is my 4-year-old hand on what I thought was a window. I never understood, because hello, 4 years old. I never understood why there was no glass. And I was on board a ship with a lot of other children, and we were seeing, that's a spiral galaxy right here. You can't see it in this on this, but so that's a spiral galaxy off in the distance, and this was supposed to be further off in the distance, but I blew it up as I was painting, and I was like, well, this is not getting the way I want it. The metal isn't actually supposed to be there, but it's the only way that I could get it across that I was touching a window. There's metal at the top. That stays. That's valid. Hey, Charlie, don't surf. Hello, come on in. And so this was a wall-sized window, okay? I am standing at 4 years old at this wall-sized window. This is actually at floor level. I might just paint that black again and just say screw it. But this is my 4-year-old hand, and when I went to touch what I thought was a window, I had blue energy all the way around it, and it buzzed. It was like zzz, zzz, and I didn't understand that. Excuse me. Charlie, don't serve. Hi, how are you? I'm doing okay tonight. I'm having a little problem with my back, but that's okay. So that's what happened when I was 4 years old, and I've got something on my TV, so you're gonna have all this coming up. So anyhow, that was what my experience was at 4 years old. So I've been around it all my life. And there is a broadcast that I did. If you go back in and you check out, you will see me actually pointing at this picture like this, and find that image and click on it. I think it's maybe 15 minutes in length, maybe 30. And that will give you more of that experience of what I actually went through. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. This one, that was an interesting experience. This one, however, right here, this is a brick building and white. Hang on. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah. White light coming down over the building. And I'm running for my life back at this to this building. I had been dropped off 2.5. I was trying to think if it was 2.5 or 3, but it's 2.5 blocks away. To think about that. 1, 2, 2.25. 2.25 blocks away from that building, and I was about 6 years old, maybe 7, 6, and they put me back where I didn't fucking belong, and that's where I ended up. And I went running. It's middle of the night, and I was so focused on that everything else around me was black, but yet it wasn't. And that's how I remembered it. And I had that for a long time. I had that memory for a long time. So, okay, we got stuff in chat. Charlie, do you believe aliens are among us? Among us? Every day walking around on Earth, yes. Have you seen them? How do you know? It's a trick question because Derek is I have a video. I've been not knowing what to do. A friend from Georgia took a video of a craft from 30 yards away. I've been wanting to post it, but she told me not to yet. Yeah, it's not the right time, dear. Derek, Krypton, Charlie, do they mean us harm? Derek, some do, some don't. The ones that do are not actually supposed to be here. However, they still are. And there are some ETs that work with military that are all around the world, not just U.S. military, but many different countries that have military. Some do, some are neutral, and some just view us as experiment. Yep, pretty effing much. Pretty much. That's it in a nutshell, Derek. There's good ETs, there's bad ETs, there's ETs that are like, So, to say that all ETs are good and light and bullshit. I've experienced all three kinds: the good, the bad, the eh. um, to serve man. That's an interesting way to put it. You're in North Carolina and you've never heard such a thing. Interesting. So yeah, there are a lot of us who are ET abductees. Many people will not talk about their experiences for damn good reasons. I mean, look how we are trained and raised. Paramarv, you just said that some are not supposed to be here. Is there any recourse? Is there a galactic federation with police force or anything? There's a consortium. They're called the Consortium. Yeah, Derek. They're supposed to be taking care of certain things like that, but they don't always. Why? Too close for comfort. Yeah. It you don't have to allow. Okay, fear factor. This is not about fear factor. I am not into the fear factor of anything. Yeah, Paramarv. So basically he's saying, so the consortium are like the United Nations. Oh, they're stronger than the United Nations by far, Paramarv. Oh my God, by far. Yeah, they're really. I mean, they take action. These guys usually take instantaneous, immediate action if they know of something. But there are things that they know about that go on that, you know, we've got beings on this planet that are underground. We've got them in our oceans. We've got them in our seas. Our rivers, big rivers. They're in our skies. I mean, and they've been around almost as long as the planet's been around. So, I mean, I don't have a clue, Derek. That is an excellent question. He says, one thing I don't get is why they allow trafficking. I don't have an effing clue. I would like to know. There are some that work with military that do that. I do know that. There's a purpose, just like there's a purpose with the ones that take me regarding the hybridization. Some of the hybridization don't make me happy. So, you know, but you can't get into the anger level. You can be as pissed off and as scared as you want to, but what good is that going to do you? Seriously? What good is that going to do you? Why would you allow yourself to stay frightened? There's so many other things that you could be doing than staying frightened. And that is what a lot of no, Charlie, he's saying he or she is saying, are they like the aliens in Communion? No. Hey, Rostog's broken spirit. Just go on as if I'm not even here. Welcome. So yeah, it's just hang on a second. I want to check something out here. Let's see. Anyway, guys, please hit the like, subscribe, and share. Anyhow, oh, come on, guys. Anyway, just enjoy your time here. Enjoy listening. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on for. I said that 2 hours and 24 minutes in, I think. So, because we've been going 3 hours and 10 now. So, anyway, ask what you want. That's what I'm here doing this for. So, Ross, did you have any questions? Charlie, do you have any questions? Tim, are you awake? Amy, are you awake? Is Susie around? Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot that goes with you are around. See, I was wondering if you were still around. Sorry, excuse me. So I was wondering if there's any oh please, somebody with CIA isn't going to tell you they're with CIA. Give me a break. Anyway, and nothing would surprise me anymore. Don't rightly care. I know you're not saying much. I just want to be sure that you're still around for good reason. Anyhow, oh God, sorry, my nose just started. Woo. Oh, don't get me started on that. Derek? Yeah, that's not a name I like very much. Anyway, okay, so oh, people can lurk if they want. No worries, guys. Pick a different subject. So Ross, did you have any questions? Are you I'm going to be blunt. Are you an ET abductee? Are you into paranormal? Are you in ufology? Are you yeah, you should know. I'm a psychic medium. That's what I say to that. Sometimes I'm on with the psychic medium, sometimes I'm not. I'm not really into it right now. I mean, I'm just whatever. If it comes, it comes. And people know that have been in here for the last 3 hours that I've been touched. I've had my necklace played with. I've had a bunch of different things take place. So I had a conversation with a spirit who was being interesting, shall we say. Anyway, Derek says, can't believe Gresh went on with Joe Rogan. Did he really? Sorry. Wow, that's amazing. And what happened to Sovereign? Is he still working? Does anybody know? So he wanted me to explain a bunch of shit, and I did, and now I don't see hiding or hair of him. Added that to the list of things to check out this weekend. Yes, it was a circus. Oh, that's sad. Not everybody's got their own opinions. He's still in the chat. Okay. He's not showing up. Just waiting till projects. I don't even know what that is, Derek. Okay. Oh, nothing would surprise me. Most people that have signed NDAs are extremely vigilant about not talking about them because, hello, they don't want prison time. They don't want to deal with certain aspects. And oh my God. Okay, hang on a second, guys. One moment. Okay, I know Derek gets after me for chewing, and I don't chew loud, but I know that the sound of this is not going to be anyway. So I've got to have something, or my blood sugar is going to start crashing, and we don't need me collapsing. Hello to the 11 people. So one moment, please. Going to hit mute. Well, I don't know if he's got the blessings of the DoD, but he can talk about certain things. He just can't talk about everything. Supposedly, he hasn't given everything to Congress and congressional hearing people, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I do know that Tim Burchett is itching to get it out. Yeah, get the information out. Oh, like I said, everybody's got their own opinions. We'll see what happens. Okay, so yeah, everything on Earth. I mean, it's just a nightmare when it comes to. We have. Excuse me. Okay, let's try this again. Yay! All right, so we have been taught. Hey, Cindy, come on in. Happy Thanksgiving. So I'm going to say this again. Please like, subscribe, and share. So humans have been taught and trained from birth via our society, via, this is not an opinion, this is fact. You can actually see this fact in society going from the 1940s or even the 30s, 40s? From the 1940s all the way up until now. We have been taught to dislike and fear ETs. So, like I've talked about before, so Cindy, this is a channel where we talk about everything under the sun, but it's mostly paranormal and ufology. And for the gentleman who was, the two gentlemen who were here before, Charlie Don't Surf and Ross Dog's Broken Spirit. So I am a psychic medium. On again, off again. Sometimes it just depends on what mood I'm in or what frequency I'm at, I suppose is how I should say that. I'm not doing readings. I'm not right now. I'm not up for it. And I'm an ET abductee. I'm 55 years old. I've been an ET abductee as far as I'm aware at 2 years old. Painting is from when I was 4 years, or painting is an experience from when I was 4 years old on a ship. This painting is from when I was 6 years old, I believe. It's either 6 or 7. I talk openly about ET abductions. I talk openly about paranormal, ghosts, spirits, dogman, Sasquatch, many things under the sun I talk about. Just to give you a synopsis, if you have questions, please feel free to ask them. No question is a stupid question. Okay? And feel free to, and I've got my TV on in the background playing BobRoss because I need something relaxing. I don't have the sound on, but that's what's playing, and that's why the light is coming and going. Anyway, no question is a stupid question. Everybody's got questions. Everybody has a different opinion, a different viewpoint on this subject or these subjects. And I'm open to us having open communication. I think it's a healthy thing to do. And if you're not comfortable in coming out, if you are an abductee or contactee, depending upon how you want to phrase that. Oh my God, pardon me. Sorry, folks. My apologies. Didn't even expect that. Anyway, if I had, I would have put it on mute. Let's see if I can cut that one out later on the reels. Anyway, point being is if you have questions, ask away. I'm not doing psychic readings, but I will talk about spirits. So if you know different information, I'll be glad to talk about that. Deal with hierarchy as well. Excellent question, Para. I have talked a little bit about that. So anyway, ask away. Please do not be afraid to ask whatever. And Jim, I knew I missed somebody. Really? Oh, I would love to see it. Is it his original? So Jim's Camera at Dawn is saying BobRoss exhibition starting in North Carolina. North Carolina, Wesleyan University. Man, if that's original work, I would love to see it. I love his stuff. I grew up watching WilliamAlexander. Oh my God, I'd love to see his stuff too. And I grew up painting in a lot of ways, the way both of these gentlemen do. But anyway, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. I very much appreciate that. Okay, so Para is saying we've just hit the 60th anniversary of JFK's assassination. Have you ever psychically looked in on that event and have any information? Don't freak, people. I've had 2 people involved in that case from the other side who have come to talk to me. One was his son, and one was his mistress. Miss Marilyn came to talk to me. Matter of fact, she was the very first spirit to openly come to talk to me. I mean, like, really openly talk to me. I was famous spirit, I suppose I should say, is how I should say that. That I recognized as a famous person. Really, Derek, that's interesting. So she made some statements about her death. I'm not going to get into that, but she also made some statements that could easily get into his death. The son made statements about how he died. And his energy is beautiful. Oh my God, both of them. I very, very much appreciated both of them coming to talk to me. I very much appreciated the time that they spent with me. But regarding the actual assassination, the unaliving, I have looked into pieces of it, and I get shut down every time I get to a certain level. And I still try to make the determination, is that shut down directly from me, or is that a shutdown from the other side? Oh, damn. Just a minute. Okay. So hopefully that'll be done with. No. They go like everybody else does, Derek. Derek is asking, I wonder if presidents go to a special place when they pass. Just like everybody else, dear boy. Yeah, so anyhow, it gets really rather interesting. Some of the information that I have received and have talked about. Some of that information, Derek and Paramarv, is already on this channel. You'd have to go scrolling down through it to find it, but it is on this channel. Okay. I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to read. Dang it, I'm trying to find where it is because there's something specific I want to. Okay, pay attention to the. Derek is saying, pay attention to the JFK Records Collection Act and what it brings in relation to current disclosure. Amy is saying, I'm boring. I buy into the Warren Commission, hook, line, and sinker. Para saying, oh my God, Amy, you're just trolling me now. Oh, she doesn't troll, dear boy. Amy at Para, I would not troll you. I just don't take many conspiracy theories too seriously. I don't think the U.S. has any ET spacecraft in its possession. There are ETs, though. Okay. This is where Amy and I disagree. So I believe that the U.S. and other countries have ships, ET aircraft, spacecraft ships in their possession. If it's not in the military's possession, then it's been gifted, shall we say, to corporations who have reverse engineered. Because in that way, technically, the governments can claim that they do not have it in their possession. They do not have control over it. However, I do believe that there is an extensive amount of reverse engineering going on. And I think that that's why that there are a lot more aircraft in our skies over our Earth than we than what we see. Para at Amy, remember it's only a theory because they won't admit it. Amy, I know I don't. I think you meant I don't trust Grush further than I can throw him. Jim's camera at dawn. Isn't it great we can have this conversation and respectfully disagree? I agree, Jim. Thank you for saying that. Amy, I would say this, Nikki. They don't allow you to keep physical proof. Why would they allow the government to have any? If it's been downed and they have, I don't know how to answer that other than I do know that they do have downed craft. How that is, don't know, don't care. I just know that they've got it. At least that's from my intuition and also from bits and pieces from what I know from some of the ETs. I know that the Sasquatch even believe that. Which I find fascinating because why would they believe that? Derek, Nikki, what do you get from Raphael defense systems from your psychic abilities. I don't even know what that is, Derek. Para, do you believe something like the Philip Corso story, where the government farms out the tech to U.S. companies? I don't actually remember the Philip Corso story, to be honest with you, Para. That's something where I have to have like an updated refresher course on it, because I've had so much stuff in my head that I tell it like it is. I'll tell you flat out. I do not remember much of that, if anything at all, right now. I mean, my brain it's just not there. Derek, Charlie, they have good hospitals in that area. Duke Chapel Hill, truly elite. Duke 2. Really lucky. Duke is my basketball team I root for. We enemies, a Tar Heel. Okay, Derek, in my area, only one hospital. What if letting the government... Okay, Para at Amy, what if letting the government that have craft is their effort to make themselves known to us? Amy, if there were one crash, they would not make that mistake twice. They are not dumb. Let me put it that way. No, I'm not saying they're dumb. Not by any stretch. Okay, so you guys are talking, I'm assuming basketball? Or is it football? There's college football. Amy, there are also a number of different species, so we could have 8 different craft from 8 different species who only made steak once. Okay, now you're talking about Coach in North Carolina. Okay. So what I do know, oh, god dang it. I was going to say something. Hang on. Okay, so what I do know is that based on the little bits and pieces that I have, from what I've been told, and what I've intuitively, psychically know, that yeah, we do have humans. I'm going to put it this way. I don't care what country it is. I'm just going to say it this way. Humans do have and downed in one way or another ET ships. That much I do know. I do know that they have, and this I know by this I had confirmed to me in, I'm trying to think of what year it was. I think it was 2019. Summer of 2019. It was before the August 2019 Sasquatch and ET experience. So I think it would have been June of 2019. I'd have to look at my records, my journals, and all of that, but I think that's when it was. So when I was on Whidbey Island in Washington State, we were doing, was it October? No, because I did remember, but it was an unusual summer that year too. Anyway, when my gut screamed bloody murder at me, and during that experience, and many people have heard me talk about this, the gut experience that I had when I unexpectedly came across and located pinpointed precisely where an ET U.S. military base was at, underwater. And I have been saying for years now, put me out there on a ship, not some rinky-dinky sailboat. And rinky-dinky, I mean, I don't want nothing small to be out on that kind of. I want something big. I want to be out on a vessel. I want to be out on something that's got scientific equipment. I couldn't think of the tools, equipment, because I want to locate this MFN base. I mean, and I want to have proof of this. Because it was what I found was that it was a underwater base with ETs. The ETs built most of the base. The U.S. military built the other portion of it for some, and that's what I got, was that it was a combined. I freaked out. That was and that's personal confirmation for me. And anybody, and Amy, you know me. You know me really well. So for me to get that freaked out over this, I was livid. Because this was the ETs that I know that are the bad ETs, that I call the bad ETs. These are the ones that shattered my roof of my mouth and did a bunch of other things to me as a kid. These are the ETs that I want down. I want them gone permanently. I'm angry with them, and I make no frickin' bones about it. Bad ETs, and they are working with our U.S. military. That I know. And boy, did that point get hardcore hit into me that night. I have the exact location. I have the coordinates. I know exactly where it's at. Now, if they choose to move it, so be it. But I knew where it was, still know where it was, for 2019, 2020, and 2021. I haven't been over there in quite, I haven't been over there in quite some time. Whew! My hair must be falling out because, yes. Okay, so Amy is saying the main problem I have with all of this is why would the ETs trust the government to work with them? To what end or purpose? They are too advanced to need anything here. I agree with that, but they made some kind of agreement back in the 30s and 40s. And for whatever reason, that's what I know, for whatever reason, that they are continuing with it. There's something that they each gain from it. What? I don't know. I don't know the precises and any of that. I don't rightly give a shit. I just know that they're working together. I know too that when they're working together, you're also dealing with a form of my labs that is easy to there are too many experiencers of my labs. You're not just dealing with military labs, you're also dealing with ET my labs. I know that one firsthand. I've seen that. I've seen ETs walking down hallways with, and this is not me being angry at you, Amy. Please don't take it that way. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I get angry over this subject. So I get really angry over this subject. I have seen ETs walking down hallways of ships, ET ships, with human military. Does not make me a happy camper by any stretch of the imagination. I get very, very angry over that and very, very upset. And that's usually when The ETs try to control my brain to calm me down. I don't necessarily agree with that. Derek is saying saltwater fuels their craft. I don't necessarily agree with that. That's okay. That's two different opinions, and that's okay. Everybody has their own opinion, whether we agree with opinions or not. And unfortunately, none of us can prove any of this. And that's what pisses me off. That's really what pisses me off, because I'm very science-oriented. I want proof. All of us want proof in one fraction or faction or form. And then you hear people say, well, what do you need proof for? Because I want it validated. That's why. I know my experience. I don't give a shit if you don't believe my experiences. I could care less. They're my experiences. I know what I've been through. I know what I've gone through. I don't care if you don't believe it. You don't have to believe it. But the fact that I'm talking about it, that's a big deal right there. The fact that you've got somebody who's willing to openly have a conversation about this is a big deal. A lot of experiencers will talk. Well, not a lot. There are some experiencers that will talk about their experiences, right? Well, how many of them have solid proof? The only proof I can show you are bits and pieces of body images of what has happened to my body immediately after I've been returned. That's it. I cannot show you solid, oh my God, here's a picture of an ET. Who's going to fucking believe it? Look at how far AI has come into this. Look at how far art, computer art has come into this. Look at how it's too easy to fake. So who's going to believe now a picture? Even video can be altered. I mean, so what's going to be proof? I think, and I'm going to bring Dave Scott into this. He made a very valid point this week. Would you please stop making noises? You're driving me nuts. Sorry guys, my stomach's making. So basically, how he would, and I agree with him. What is going to constitute proof? There's too many things that can be faked now. He's exactly freaking right. As much as I hate to admit it, he is exactly right. What is going to constitute proof? I mean, is it really going to be the ET ship coming down? The mothership that I saw, that I know of, that was a mothership that I was on. This when I was 4 years old. That puppy, that was a mothership. I know it was, because there's so many reasons why I know it was, but that's beside the point. So, I mean, are they going to do that? Not likely. What's it going to take for us to have definitive, where the public, not the fucking government, where the public is going to have actual hard evidence, hard proof, undeniable proof? You have pictures that are floating around on the internet of actual grays, that they're actual pictures. There's two pictures that came out in the last couple of years that I've seen. I went, yeah, that's a real ET. That is a real female gray. Everybody else is like, oh, that's bullshit. I'm looking at that going, nope, that's a real gray. That's a female. And she's not in her suit. She's not in her zoot suit. Somebody keeps trying to say it's a zoot suit. She's not in her suit. She's not in her. I keep doing this. Stop that. So there are very rare pictures like that. Amy says that is the one thing we can all agree on, validated proof. Exactly. That's my point. There are many of us who do need the proof. We need the validation. And it'll stop all this goddamn bullshit that is going on in Congress and that has been going on for 90 frickin' 1 years over ET ships and oh, it's this and oh, it's that. Well, it's time. It's more than just time. It's long overdue. It is long overdue to have solid, hardcore evidence. But how many people are going to freak the F out? When the rubber meets the road, how many car accidents are going to be caused if they actually come out of the clouds? Because if you are an ET abductee, you recognize certain cloud formations are not real cloud formations. Think about that one, folks. There are ships I can see beyond their cloud cover. Don't know why I can see it. Excuse me. I have no idea why I can see it, but I can. Not always, but there are certain ET ships that I can see beyond the cloud cover that they try to cover themselves. Their cover, shit, I just had the phrase, now it's gone. Their cloaking, their version of cloaking devices. And what the Sam hell is going on with my internet? So yeah, we need many of us need and want and demand the evidence. But then what's it going to come down to when the world governments are in appalled shock and the ETs come down in a gigantic mothership? It's the only thing that would truly, and we're talking bigger than a mothership than I've ever seen or been on. And I've been on a couple of really gigantic motherships. This one, I've yet to describe the outside of it. There's only, publicly, I've never described it publicly. There's only one person I've ever described it to. There's that person, I allowed that person into my head. I opened up a specific doorway to access my memory from that specific time. And I'll be damned if they didn't find pictures of art on the web that came real freaking close to it. And they sent it to me and I started crying. I'm like, that is so close. That is the closest I've ever, and I've never talked about that openly. It's the only time I've ever allowed anybody regarding ET stuff into my memories. It's never going to happen again. I know that. There's too much shit going on in my life for that now. But and too much crap regarding deep ops, psyops. Way too much shit. So my point being is that yes, we do want the validation. There are many of us that need that frickin' validation. But are we ever going to get it? 50 years from now, maybe. Maybe. I've been saying 5 years out, there's going to be some major things start to happen. And in 20 years' time, there's going to be more things. And by 50 years out, they'll be the ETs will be doing things, but it might be sooner than that. It might be a lot sooner than that. I know that just before I die, when I'm 55 now, I know that I go somewhere between the age of 86 and 96. I usually say 92. That that in that time frame, it'll really start picking up. And that'll be in the time frame where my grandchildren, who are not even conceived or born yet, will be experiencing things. Well, they'll already be experiencing things. That's kind of a given in my family, genetics and all. But that's beside the point. But they will be seeing it. They'll start really seeing it when they're teenagers. So those are predictions that I know. How do I know that? It's psychic stuff I trust. But what I also know is timelines shift and change because certain things in that lifetime, in those things that come together to make those things happen, those items happen in life, those change. And what happens when you, oh God, just a second. And what happens in those timelines is that things shift and change. And that timeline that I know that these things are supposed to happen, those may shift and change. So it may not happen. But as it stands right now, a couple of years ago, still stands today. That timeline will still happen. Things are still on par for those things to happen. So, yeah, we've kind of gone from the laughing, the lighthearted to the emotional roller coaster to the very serious now. Paramarv, yeah, that's frustrating. The critics used to say the pictures were too blurry. Now they are too clear and pristine, so they must be photoshopped. Hang in there. You'll only be 105. Thank you, Para. I don't know what the hell's going on with my internet, but we are at 3 hours and 57 minutes in. And yeah, okay. No, actually, I wasn't raised as a Christian, Para. Okay, so Para is saying you've indicated you were raised as a Christian. Do you see any correlation between the alien activity and the events laid out in Revelations? That's quite a question, Para. Number one, I was not raised as a Christian. I had a lot of family praying for my mom and I. Different family members were very much Christian. It's an interesting. No, you're not remembering it wrong. It's probably because of how I've talked about things. You're fine, sweetie. Para's saying, "Oh, sorry, I guess I'm remembering wrong, Nikki." No, don't worry about it. It doesn't. I'm not offended by it by any stretch of the imagination. Please don't think I am. I'm not. So yeah, that I'm an unusual. I've been called every freaking name under the book, from crazy to heretic to anything in between. People typically get very, very, very angry, especially if they're in the religious community. Okay, gotta have the bra. Pardon me. There we go. So yeah, they don't like the and especially now that I've come out, not so much as the psychic medium, but oh my god, I'm talking about ETs, and ETs are demonic, and they're this and they're that, and oh my god, it's this, and oh, they don't have a freaking clue. So um yeah, it's I am and always will be a Christian in this lifetime. I've been a different religion in every lifetime I've ever been in. Um, I've been Native American, I've been Jewish, I've been Catholic, I've been Christian, I've been, oh hell, I've even been a necromancer. There's a different ball game for you. 2 lifetimes as a necromancer, in fact. Well, not in fact, but for me, it's fact. I've been ET, I've been with all different kinds of, and what is consistent above all is there's always been a higher deity, a god, a source that I have always believed in. Um, what else? So in this lifetime, and I've um, try living in the 1400s and church and, shall we say, and religion, very interesting. Or the 900s and totally different ballgame. Or being in Egypt in different times, or in other areas of the world in different times. It gets, I've been in a Bedouin tribe. You know, I've there are many different languages I recognize and I remember and can't speak one of them in this lifetime, but I know it when I hear it, and I'm like, wow, okay, that's this language. Wow, that's that language. But in answer to your question, Para, do you see any correlation between the alien activity and the events laid out in Revelations? No. Flat out, no. Not in the least. Yeah, my last lifetime, I was in a concentration camp in Germany. Yeah. Don't ever fucking recommend it. Ever. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. Had a good lifetime the lifetime before that, and had a lifetime before that one where I was Native American and I witnessed genocide. And so, yeah, I have a lot of choice words over that. So, anyway, I've had lifetimes on Atlantis. I've had lifetimes as an ET. I've had lifetimes where I've been in energy form. I don't know what to call it. It was a life. I don't know what to call it as a lifetime, but that's how I remember it. There are many aspects. I have memory of 102 lifetimes now, and certain ones pop up more than others. Earlier, a couple days ago, I think earlier, made a comment to me about days earlier. Yeah, it was a couple days ago. Made a comment to me about, oh my God, you can be a male in another lifetime. And I'm like, oh yeah, you don't have to be a female. Your soul can be, you can be whatever you want to be. And I meant to come back and tell that person that in 2 lifetimes I was, oh my God, I'm getting lightheaded. In 2 lifetimes I was a Roman soldier, 2 Roman soldiers to be precise, but that's beside the point. And oh my God, I hated that lifetime. Hated that lifetime, both of them. Specifically one, but both of them. I hated it, despised it. The lifetime where I was a what do we call it? Villager. Can't say I was a farmer. But the villager and the filth. Oh my God, the insane mud. I think that's why I don't like. I get my hands in it, fine, not a problem. Feet. I think that's one of the reasons why I don't like Nevada so much, because when it rains, and you're on real clay soil, it attaches to the bottoms of your shoes this much, and oh God. But I think it comes from being 2 lifetimes as a Roman soldier, and 2 lifetimes, one where I was a farmer, and the other lifetime where I was a dealt with cows. I can't think of what it's called at this second. It wasn't a butcher. I can't think of what it's called. Anyway, and that just the amount of mud. Oh my God, the amount of mud. Yuck. And mud doesn't always bother me. I mean, when I was in the South Pacific in yeah, mud, poverty, and disease. Oh God. God. The first thing I thought of was dysentery at the moment, and it's just but there's so much beyond that. Anyway, the amount. So when I was in Tonga, we went to it had just, we were there for quite some time, and my mom and I, and we decided as a family to go to this little island called Ewa, and it was a beautiful island, but it had just rained, like a torrential rainpour there the night before. And we all decided we were still going to go, and we went. And the mud, the tractor, you couldn't go up the roads unless you went up via a tractor. And oh my God, I've never seen so much mud. And I say that now, and I look at it and I'm like, yeah, you have. When you were in the frickin' trenches and as a Roman soldier, when you were knee deep in the mud trying to push a damn cart, with these funky ass wheels, and your oxen wouldn't. Oh, tell you stories. So no, not my cup of tea, baby. So, Derek Tapera, just wait till they come out with the 1917 France alien incident. Pass on the 1400s. I'll pass on anything before 1945. Yeah, I understand that. Para, Nikki, so did you keep a map to Atlantis? If you did, I bet someone would find the boat you were asking for earlier. Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question, Para. Derek, Atlantis was on land. Actually, that's only partially correct. Atlantis was partially on land and partially a giant ship. How's that for some apples? A bag of apples. Amy, I agree with that. Human history for over 1,000 years was mostly mud, poverty, and disease. People never washed their hands then for any particular reason. That's correct. It was the gross. Factor beyond description. Amy, wipe it with some leaves, and if you got some chocolate on your hands, oh well. Yeah, pretty freaking much. That's it in a nutshell. Yeah, gross. Para, I'm fascinated by the idea of soul packs or soul groups where you tend to come back with familiar souls, but maybe in different roles. Yeah, I've had that happen. So here's a prime example of that. During my time as a Native American, I had the aunts and uncles in this lifetime were in that lifetime as Native Americans with me. Not all of them. Many of them were, though. My great aunts and uncles. Yeah. There were my grandfather was my mom's dad. My I think I'm going to leave it at that. But yeah, and I know exactly who they were in that lifetime. So yeah, you can come back. Anyway, there are friends that I have that are not family this lifetime, and this is driving me nuts. I'm gonna hit mute for a second because this is glass. Hang on. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, try this again. So I've had friends in this lifetime that have been in other lifetimes with me. Some friends that I have now in this lifetime have been family members in past lifetimes. Okay, hang on. Some people that I've crossed paths with were in Atlantis with me and in Egypt. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name. I couldn't get the brain. My brain is, I'm not working right. Para, like Hollow, is your son in this life, but in a previous one, he may have been your sister or mother, etc. The combinations are numerous. Yes, precisely. Okay, so I've got a friend this lifetime who was an extremely dear friend to me. And in a past lifetime, he was my brother. And he was horribly, brutally murdered. And I went on a killing rampage in that lifetime. Vengeance. Vengeance causes your soul, and this is what I know from my personal experience. From that lifetime, in fact. And I don't care what anybody else tells you or what you think of it. This is my experience. This is my belief system. If you follow it, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. But this is my experience, and this is what I believe. My When I went on that killing spree in that lifetime, all those lifetimes ago, for vengeance, because my brother was murdered, killed everyone who killed him. It cost me greatly in another lifetime after that. That vengeance cost my soul, essentially my life, in another lifetime. And it cost me excessive pain and trauma. And I want to use the word degradation. It cost me everything. So, vengeance is not the way to go. It will cost your soul. It's part of karma, whether you believe in karma or not. I don't know what else to call it. Do I believe in God? Oh, yes, sir, I do. Do I believe in Jesus? Yes, I have. Yes, I do. Walked and talked with Jesus before. Friend of mine. Okay, one of the things that you may not know about me is I've had over 25 people that I know or have loved die. I have a very different take on death and dying than a lot of people. It's a lot of death. A lot of death. First person that ever died was when I was 8 years old. Next person that died, I was 10. Think about that because I was 10. Think about that. Next person, I was still 10. After that, next person that died, I was in my 20s. And then there were a group of people. And by the time 5 years, that started a cycle. By the time 5 years was over with, we had 9 people who were dead. 7 people, excuse me. It was 5 and yeah. So we had 5 years, we had 7 people die. And by the time 7 years rolled around, we had 9 people dead. 7 and 9. Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I had to think about that because it always fucks me up every time. I hated those 5 years. I hate those 5 years. It was extremely hard. 3 people in 1 year. It was my first year. That was, and I had a different take on death and dying to begin with. But boy, did it teach me a whole lot. A whole lot. So, and now I've got a lot more than 25, and I just finally, and I've talked to Death himself. I don't call him by his real name. That's not for me to do. I refuse to say his real name. So I call him Death, and there have been times where I've demanded he show up, and he's shown up. Because I work with, and many of you may not know that I work with the hierarchy, psychic medium who works with the hierarchy. ET abductee. I mean, hello. It's kind of like a weirdly well-rounded frickin' package. Why I don't know. Some people can say, well, you planned it that way. That was in your soul contract. Well, fine, whatever. I'm a survivor of abuse in multiple different ways and human ways, a couple, or a few, I should say. But, and I've experienced a shit ton, and I have gone through the counseling for it. You got to take care of yourself. So I've got a pretty healthy attitude when it comes to certain things. That's fine and dandy. And I can't believe we still have 8 people in the chat listening. I'm stunned. If you are listening and paying attention and doing starting your Thanksgiving, please give me a holler right now. Let me know that you're still listening. Or have you just fallen asleep with me talking? Because I do know people that do that periodically. Because I haven't seen the chat move in quite some time. Okay, Amy's still here. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, Jim's camera done here nearby. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. So I very much appreciate that, you too. Thank you. And I know this has gone on 4 hours and 20 minutes, and we are into an actual holiday day right now in the United States. Amy, that's kind of, I'm almost to that point with myself right now. I'm like, okay, so see my mom who's in a facility. For those that don't know, my mom is has Alzheimer's and dementia, and she's in a facility. And so see my mom and go and take care of different things and come home and have, I know you're not kidding, have stuffing and pull the cranberries out of the freezer. And have my relish, make my cranberry relish, and I think that's a piece of chicken, and that'll be it. Gotta have stuffing. And if I don't do the stuffing today, then it'll be stuffing tomorrow. So, anyway, it's not a big feast on Friday with everybody getting together at somebody else's house. So, anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's just there are many factions to death. I mean, when I called death and demanded he showed up because I was pissed. I mean, there was a situation I had to deal with, and I was like, no, these people are not going to die on my watch. That's not okay. Their time is not up. Even I knew that. And then we found out that it would have been over 28 people. It was 32 deaths that would have taken place. And I was like, no. And I've never seen death pissed off before. Don't ever care to see it again. So there was that. And why is my phone? So there was that situation. Then there was a situation where I've actually seen death laughing hardcore. So yeah, it's just really a lot involved. Whoopsie doodle, wrong one. Ooh, right one, wrong one. Oh, that's why it's not. Okay. There we are. Okay, so I'm just taking care of a little bit of business since I've been on for over 4 hours. And I haven't gotten up to pay yet. There we go. Okay, so we got that. And hello, how long ago was that? Oh, not very long ago. Oh, cool. Okay. What the hell is that? Oh, that's old. Okay, so I don't need to deal with that. Anyway, all right, so we've got 9 people. No, I know you're not kidding with that, Amy. So and then for Friday we've got all of this other stuff going on. So it's gonna be big family stuff. So but with death, I mean, I was pissed. I wanted to be sure that everybody was gonna be okay And these people were not, none of them were supposed to die. So he, got really angry. Death himself got really angry, and he's like, okay, we're going to deal with this. And boy, did he ever. And those folks, as far as I know, are living out their lives the way they're supposed to. Because I make no bones about it. If I find out somebody's not supposed to, it's not their time, I get pissed, really pissed. And I'll start demanding hierarchies attention. And they listen, which is just astounding to me. I'm like, who am I to have that kind of, I'm like, why? But they do. They listen. I mean, I'm like, okay. It doesn't happen all the time. I mean, it's really few and far between, but it does happen occasionally. But to see Death laugh, oh my God, I never wanted to see him pissed. But to see him laugh, oh my God, that was the best. That was awesome. That was truly awesome. And I've walked with Jesus. He came and got me, and he said, I have somebody I want you to meet. And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, you know who I am? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, would you come with me? And I'm like, I'm not dying. He's like, he starts laughing. He goes, no. He goes, but I want you to come with me. And I cannot remember the conversation we had on the way up. And that's the only way I can describe it. We walked up and up and up and up and up and up. And I've talked about this one a lot, actually. Basically, I won't get into the full detail of it because you can hear the full detail of it on any other of my broadcasts. And he brought me to a room, and essentially he walked out and a friend walked in, and I was absolutely, the second my friend walked in, well, actually, the second I entered that room, I knew exactly where I was. There's an in-between area between the living and death, or the living and, lack of better phrasing, the other side. So I'm going to put that. And it was fascinating because he walked out, my friend walked in, and that was when I knew my friend had died. And it was hard. It was really, really, really hard. So yeah, I mean, there are hierarchies. I've talked to God. God is like, help her cross over. She needs to understand these certain things, and I will bring whoever you want to show up. And in that situation, it was crossing over a 17-year-old. Well, she was 17 when she died. Let's put it that way. We're talking over 100 years ago. Well over 100 years ago. A matter of fact, hang on a second. Let's do the math here. So that was 2020. Whoops, wrong way. Yeah, it was over 100 years ago. It was well over 100 years ago. Nearly 105. Well, a little bit more than 105. But anyway, so yeah, and that was when I first heard God's voice. I was like, wow, okay, cool. Had works with angels and different kinds of angels, and I've seen angels, and some with wings, some not. I've talked about this before too. I've seen them all sizes. I've seen them 9 feet tall. I've seen them way over 25 feet tall. I was going to say 20. It's not right. I stopped counting at 25 feet tall. So anyway, and now I'm just babbling. So um, in the United States, I am going to close this out. I think we're at 4 hours and 29 minutes. If you're not already asleep. If you're listening in, I appreciate you listening in, very much so. I hope you have, in the United States, I know that, okay, first of all, in awake as ever. Are you really? Yeah, I'm going to be awake for a little while. It's like almost 5:10 a.m. here, 5:08 a.m. So, um, yeah, I know that in Canada they had their, I believe it's in October, they had their Thanksgiving then. In the United States, we celebrate it in, or many people celebrate it in November. Um, and I know many people who don't celebrate it for valid reasons. In this lifetime, I have had a hard time celebrating it. What I celebrate is my thanks. You too, Jim. Thank you for showing up. I really appreciate it. He says shower time, then long drive, prayers for all. Safe travels, Jim. Safe travels and prayers for you as well. And thank you for coming in. Take good care. And I hope you have, if you're in the United States, I hope you have a blessed and a thankful and a grateful Thanksgiving. Take very good care. And so we celebrate in the United States. We celebrate it in November, and of course today is the day. And for many, they don't celebrate it for valid reasons. And in this lifetime, I have for years and years, and with my memories of certain lifetimes, I'm having kind of a hard time this year of just celebrating Thanksgiving. And I'm thinking more of it as a being thankful and grateful for what I have, which to me, that epitomizes Thanksgiving instead of certain other aspects. And I'm not doing the traditional stuff like we used to, just haven't. I've been fortunate in the last number of years after moving here, going from a house where you have everybody coming in. We still have 7 in chat. I'm just absolutely stunned, especially after 4 hours. And on a holiday, I might add. Speaking of which, well, I don't know if I can get I really want to see the Macy's Day Thanksgiving parade. But I don't know if I'm going to be awake for it, if it's even, excuse me. Yeah, stores here, or some stores here are actually open, Amy. Amy is saying, I kind of wish I could. Yeah, I've done that. There have been a couple of Thanksgivings. We've done that. She says, I kind of wish I could find turkey and stuffing somewhere. I could get one of the frozen Stouffer's ones, I suppose, TV dinner style. Yeah, I've been there, done that. They're really good. Sometimes you just, when you don't eat turkey or you don't eat poultry or you don't have that very often, I mean, it's rare. It becomes a treat. So they will never fill you up, though. That's for sure. So that's why I like, if I'm gonna do poultry, I'll get a chicken breast with skin, and because the chicken breast itself is filling, or I'll get chicken thighs, and those are usually really tender and really good, and a little chicken broth, and cook that up and do a little something. But Thanksgiving is usually, I gotta have the chicken skin. I'm a chicken skin guy. I like it nice and crispy. So, um, but I've been blessed the last number of years where been invited over to a different family, and I appreciate that because I haven't had to cook, and I am one where I used to cook for a lot of people, and so going from having a house to being in an apartment and going from cooking for a lot of people and timing everything correctly, and now my timing's off when I cook, and I'm like, but it's starting to get better again because I'm actually doing a little bit more cooking from more time to time instead of so it was really difficult going from cooking for 9 or more people on a regular basis down to 1 or 2 people. It was really tough going from that. And now it's like I eat very differently. I'm typically eat for one and or cook for one, I should say, not eat for one, cook for one. And um, yeah, that's a good point, Amy. Rotisserie chicken. Yeah, we used to do that too. I haven't done that in a long time. Um, and they're also really good for making kind of like a chicken pate if you've got animals that don't want to do if they've got sore mouths and teeths and stuff like that. We used to have a cat who had dental problems, and so we used to have to do grind up chicken or meat or cooked things and that kind of thing. So anyway, so I'm responding to friends. Anyhow, um, yeah, you're gonna have to make some calls, honey, and see who is selling. Whoops. Who is selling what and how to get your hands on it. Make some phone calls. Do that. Look online, see what stores, how far out you're gonna have to go, that kind of thing. Anyway, so when you go at Google Maps, Google Maps, yeah, definitely. I think it's time eventually, maybe. Hello to the 9th person coming in. We went from 7 to 9, so I don't know who is watching and who isn't, and I know that Paula just reacted, so we'll see. It might be there we go. Okay, so anyway, hello. Hi. Last time I had 1993. Yeah, I hear you. Just had a good tear jerker. It felt really good for you, Derek. Didn't think I had it in me. Oh, got it. Oh, for F's sake, this ridiculous old phone. Anyway, so there we go. Okay, now maybe it'll behave yourself, you silly phone. Anyway. cool photos. Send me a fun picture of Desiree on our first Thanksgiving time. Sure does fun. Yeah. Well, Derek, how long have you and Desiree been married? Or should I say together? Because I can't remember if you're married or if you is what it is. So anyway, I just know you're together. Anyway, 6 years. Yeah. I understand this. Time does fly when it time does fly, yes. Oh dear God. Para is saying to Amy, too bad we're not closer. I'd invite you over and we could argue about conspiracies in person. Hopefully you didn't feel attacked by my response here. Ah. For whatever reason, the photo made you cry like a baby. Okay, Derek, one, have you eaten? Because if you're having a reaction that way, have you eaten? Is it blood sugar related? Or is it the actual photo? And why would you be crying? Because that should be a blessing. Unless it's a bad situation. It shouldn't be making me cry. That's me. I'm doing the shoulda, woulda, coulda. Oh, that's not cool. Derek, I apologize. Desiree, I apologize. Amy at Para, I would actually enjoy that. Thank you for the thought. Tears of joy. That I understand, dear. Derek says tears of joy. That I understand. So, all right. Derek, what are you and Desiree doing for Thanksgiving? Sorry, I just had something that popped in my head that was like, whoa, that was intense. Her and our daughter are eating a turkey. Gobble gobble. Yeah. The last few years we've had lamb. I've had lamb for Thanksgiving. With some really wicked bomb ass cool homemade cheesecake for dessert. Holy crap. I've never come across that could make cheesecake like this one person can. Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, oh dear God, Derek. Derek says maybe we will take the turkey for a ride in the swing. Oh my God. You and your sex swing. Well, you know, a swing can help release a lot of things. Gobble gobble. Jesus. God almighty, Derek. Oh, God. So has Desiree smacked you yet for that one? Is she awake? Or is she asleep, dear boy? Yeah. See, that's what makes me think. He's saying, I'm laughing so hard, I'm crying again. That's what makes me think, dear boy, you need to get your ass in and go eat something. And I mean solid food. I'm not, go eat something, dear boy. Go eat something. Amy says, Dinah the cat might appreciate rotisserie chicken. It may well be the last holidays. Yeah, I know, sweetheart. I don't know. Cats are funny that way. Some last 15, some are like Max and they go for ever. I mean, Max was 20. God, what did he last? Somewhere between 19 and 21 years. I can't remember at this second. She is sleeping. She fell asleep to SOR. No pun intended. Oh, snore. SOR is not a snorer. That I do know. Hello to the 8th person coming in. Feel free to lurk or chat, whatever you would like to do. Anyway, hopefully you're somebody I know. And hopefully you know that I'm going to go through it again, guys. Psychic, medium, ET, abductee since 2 years old. Anyway, and they're out. So somebody's checking, but somebody's not. They're popping in and popping back out. Anyway, so she fell asleep, huh? Amy, I honestly think Dinah's going to be around for a while. I pray she is, but I honestly believe that she is. So, anyway, she's a sweetheart of a girl. I need to take a break. I am willing to go for a little bit longer, but I've got to take a pee break. I haven't had a pee break in over four and a half hours. We're at 4 hours, 45 minutes. So I am going to leave. I'm going to aim this up. I will be right back. I need about 3 minutes because I got to pee and get something to drink because if I don't rehydrate myself, I'm going to be in trouble. Okay. Ooh. Well, I've got a little bit of tea left. Okay, so I bet that cat and you were close, man. 20 years. That is awesome. Yes, I was. Okay, I am going to put it like this. There we go. Let's see. I need this and that, and I will be right back, guys. Oh, yeah, it's time for another Tylenol. Oh, I haven't stood up in 4.5 hours. That's not good. Ooh, I will be back, guys. Oh, goodness sake almighty. Okay, and then we will continue to talk about all of our stuff. Okay, and my crazy slippers. Okay, that's much better. Now for some iced tea. Iced tea, iced tea, iced tea. Oh, hey, I better do this first. Hey guys, I'm still here. You can hear me. You just can't see me yet. Oh, goodness sake. Okay, gotta have my tea. There we go. Gotta get my tea. Okay, there's that. And that. And I need my spoon to stir. Well, that's strong, but not as strong as, whoops, hello. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, there's my tea. Oh my goodness. Okay, and I need some seltzer. Seltzer. Ooh, piece of cheese would be good. Get some protein in. Yeah. Anybody know what time the Macy's Day Parade is supposed to be on? That is a tradition. Okay. Slice of cheese. Gotta have a piece of cheese so I get the protein levels up, or I'm gonna be in trouble. Why do I have that in my head? Wow, not cool. Ouch. Okay. There's that. And this. And that. Okay, that's better. Okay. Ba-dum-bum-bum. God, I gotta quit that. That song is bugging the crap out of me. What the hell? Okay. Alrighty, guys and gals and whoever's left. Hopefully, you're still all around. Boom, boom. Hello. 8:30 to 12:30. Thank you, Derek. Oh, she's 14. Okay, there we go. Oh, I didn't take that long. I didn't think it was. She's 14, folks. Go ahead off and catch a nap now that I'm off work. For those celebrating it, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday in whatever form it may take for you. All the best. Thank you, Para. Very, very much appreciate that. I hope you have a good holiday too. Bye, sweetie. Just started. Oh, holy crap. 8:30. Oh, I forgot. See, Derek, you guys are in North Carolina, right? Ross Dog. So, Derek to Ross Dog, I'm interested to know your thoughts on aliens and their con with the government. Well, that's an interesting way to put it. No, what is on? Oh my God, I've got a. Oh, it's the light glare. Okay, that's weird. Yes! Bingo! Live balloons. Where? Oh, it's on Peacock. Yes! Sorry. I don't get to see it when it typically comes on at 5:30 in the frickin' morning on the Pacific Northwest side. Hey, turn on, mother patita. We are in Florida. I forgot that. That's right. Okay. Dolphins? What the goddamn hell? You said you were in Prime. Why are you not originally showing? I don't want football right now. We'll deal with football later today. Go away. We don't want any of that. I want to see the. Swear to God. This is one of those things you don't fuck with me on. Come on. Move, move, move. Move, move. All the way down to the freaking bottom. Target, maybe. Expandables 4. They made a 4. Holy crap, they made a 4. Cool. Okay, that's for another day. Don't get mega yachts. Live and upcoming events. Why are we not on? All the football. That is actually one tradition I can't say I don't break it. I do break it periodically, but not. I'm watching the Macy's Dookie. What the god? You said it's on, and now you're not allowing me to see. You being a pain in the butt. All right. We'll go to live TV. Why are you not showing? Oh, what do you want to bet they're not going to show it until later? Oh, poo on a stick. See, this is what I do. Okay, I keep looking. Looky-loo, looky-loo. I'm in a strange mood right now. Live from Fox, Bloomberg Family Style without Roker. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Of course, you're pissing me off. Okay, we're getting out of this bullshit. You can watch it online, Nikki. Yes, I know. What TV service do you have, Nikki? I do not use Comcast. I have YouTube, Prime, and I've got Peacock. That is what I've got. I don't have regular TV no more. Okay, Macy's. No, not MC. M8. What the bloody frick? Cleared. Thank you. Let's try this again. Boom-pa-dee-da, boom-pa-dee-ba. Now, let's see if I had my computer plugged into the keyboard. M-A-C. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Live. Thank you. YouTube. Woo! I'm in a strange mood now. I think it's because, yay, I get to see him. Okay, that's all I care about right now. 3.27 thousand watching. Okay, that's fine. Dogman! You rang, Nikki? Yes. Hi, happy Thanksgiving. Derek, Amy. Hi, Dogman. Nikki's in a strange mood right now. I'm thinking about certain individual in my life, certain people in my life. Being thankful. Anyhow, so am I. Right on. So we got 9 people in chat, or 9 people watching. We're at 5 hours. I can't believe I'm at 5 hours on Thanksgiving Day. Oh my God, guys. So officially, we have November 23rd, 2023. Okay, now I need to sit my ass down and I need to take a Tylenol. Oh my God. Green Giant. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Okay. Dogman beat you record. What do you mean he beat my record? What record? Record of what? Like I said, I'm in a goofy mood now. I think it's because I'm happy, but I also need to eat. And I also need to get vitamins down. But not Susie B, who is lurking at the moment. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if she's lurking. Okay. Hello, Susie. Oh, longest stream. Oh my God. I forgot about that. 8 hours. She said she did 8 hours. Holy shit balls. Sorry, I'm wearing a skirt. If there's somebody in watching, I think you might be telepathic right now. I done 5.5 talked nonstop. Oh, I did that except for about 3 to 5 minutes here. Non-frickin' stop. And cigar. Yep. Cannot stand cigarette smoke, but a good cigar, I don't mind being around a good cigar once in a while. And it does have to be a good cigar. You're a what? Pro. Nikki, I'm just new. I'm not a pro. Honey, if I were a pro, okay, one of my holiday wishes is to have StreamYard paid for 2 years' time. I can't remember how much. Oh, let's find out. How much is StreamYard for 2 years? Because that. Then, because, honey, if I had StreamYard for 2 years, I would be having everybody pricing. Let's find out. $20 a month. 50-hour, no StreamYard logo on your streams, 50 hours of storage, unlimited streaming, unlimited local recordings, 10 on-screen participants. Bingo! That is what I would do. Live streams are recorded, multi-streams, 3 destinations, custom RTMP destinations, guest destinations, logos, overlay backgrounds, pre-recorded streams, 1 hour. Ho! Cool. Excuse me. And then the professional. Doopa-dee-da-da. Oh my God, I gotta get my head out of this. So $20 a month. Yeah, that's what I would want. Okay, clippy, clippy, clippy. Go to the phone. Yeah, but it allows you access. um, don't do this all that often. I have been. Thank you for sticking with me for so long, guys. Really appreciate it. Oh, got to go get this haircut. Too damn long. Not used to it this long again. Oh. Anyway, I need to quit my bitching and say I'm thankful. I'm thankful. I'm thankful. 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 Okay, there we go. I understand that, Amy. Okay. Derek to Dogman, you're almost at a 750. It's the talk of cryptid community, a lot of jealous haters, my friend. Excuse me, Dogman. Notice I don't get attacked no more, Derek. Funny, they hate being on the bullshit news channel. That's funny. When you rise fast, they try and find a way to bring you down, and they try to pick up things. Dogman to Nikki. Nikki, I want what you're taking. I made the psychic realization that I have a loved one watching, and it's made me very happy. And I can't stop smiling. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button, folks. You know, this is the very first live broadcast that I've done where I have said that a lot. I've never done that a lot. It's usually once, maybe twice, never this many times. So please click on the like, share, and subscribe buttons. Those will. You're back, Jim. That's nice, Nikki. Yeah, it's sweet. It's very sweet. Somebody kind of connected with me telepathically, and I went, oh, "You're here." Anyway, so and it means a great deal to me. So it's kind of like livened me up a bit, shall we say? Is your son watching, Nikki? Or a secret swing in my? No, I think my son's in bed. In fact. My son usually comes to me when he's asleep in bed and he's in his astral form. And if I'm still awake, he'll go, Mom, Mom, poke, poke, poke. Hey, Mom. It's not just a hey, Mom. It's usually something else. Sorry, I'm popping my fingers. So anyway, so I know he's asleep. I think he was watching earlier, but usually if he does watch, he says hello in chat in one of his different YouTube channels. So anyway, Derek, oh my goodness, the woo and the poo you did for me and Neil Warden was priceless. Oh, you're talking to Dogman. Okay, got it. Jim, thought you were closing down. You accidentally became my first live stream through shower. Well, I hope it was good for you. Oh my God, Jim, that's funny. Made a steak package. Hello, Derek. Derek just said, "Oh, I read that already." We are watching you. What does that mean to you, Nikki? Question. I don't know. I'm getting goofy. I've got to get my vitamins down, or I'm going to be in some serious trouble. I've got one prescription and a shit ton of vitamins I've got to take. Seriously. So you're going to be hearing that for a couple of minutes, but yeah, I'm going to have some very bad muscle attacks if I do not get this stuff in me. So hang on a second, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. And my piece of cheese, and no, it's not cheddar. It's Colby Jack. And sorry to Sovereign, who hates hearing me on my channel when I'm eating. You typically don't hear it. Oh, that's not the vitamin I wanted. Oh, 1 second, guys. It looks like your kitchen sponge. Oh my god, that's hysterical. Anyway. Okay, down the hatch. A Sovereign is watching. I smell him. Oh, Jesus, Derek. Dude, you need to go get something to eat. Honey, go get food. I like the bands in Parade. And there's certain really and the floats. I get kind of a you just ate a fruit roll up. So in other words, you just ate sugar. Okay. What can I bitch about? I'm sorry, that was very critical and very nasty. I do apologize, because that's not cool. I don't eat stuff like that anymore. I just don't. Of course, you're younger than I am too. Goodness sake almighty. Where are they at? Oh, they've got a nice day. Oh, it's got a windy day. Oh, they've got a windy day. Wow, they got that much wind going through New York. Wow. Beautiful day, though, there. Wow, do they ever have the wind? Holy crap. Holy crap, hola. Hey, ask your spirits if any of them know me round you. Nikki, can you ask spirits if any know me around you? What do you mean, know me around you? Are you the one been showing up in astral and perfume? That's me being a smartass. Oh my god. No, I've had a female and I know it's a female. I know it's not you. I was giving you shit. I'm remote viewing you and I run out of batteries. What kind of battery? See, I'm goofy now. Oh, it's just because I'm happy. As you can see, my face is lit up. Oh, man. I gotta quit thinking. Remote viewing you and I ran out. Smiles and cries, right? Oh, honey. Oh, cripe. That was funny. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, God. Anyway, so ask questions, guys. I'm here for a bit, apparently. That's getting added to my bullshit news channel skit. What? The fact that you've got batteries that have died? I'm sorry. I'm not usually like this, as most people know. It's like I'm almost on a psychic high. This is how I get when I'm on a psychic high. Oh, I know you can be funny, honey. I got that when we were on with Susie B. Ooh, that's a great question, Amy. Oh, hang on. I got an itchy spot on my eyebrow. Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, let's try this again. Amy is asking, how many levels of angelic hierarchy are there? If not a specific number, single digits between 20 and 100, or a range? Thousands. I was about to say hundreds of thousands, but I'm going to say thousands, but I literally stopped myself when I was about to say hundreds of thousands because hang on. Okay. Really? I'm getting told they don't want that number released. Dogman is saying millions. Yeah, I would agree with millions. I don't agree with infinity, but I would agree with millions. And why am I getting told to shut that down? Literally, wow, somebody who's really staunch. Shut that down. I'm like, wow, okay, so apparently I'm not supposed to, wow. How many angels could fit on the head of a pin? Well, now you're just being a smartass. Somebody just said too many. Be careful what you wish for, Dogman. Dogman is saying, I want to talk with an angel. Oh, sweetheart, be really freaking careful what you wish for. Jim is saying, quite disturbing hearing about remote viewers while shaving in the buff. Shame on y'all. Right on. Oh, that's good. Oh, we got a band. Oh man. Hang on. They're not. Oh, they are. I'm gonna hit mute so I don't get into trouble for this. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Hit mute for just a moment. I don't want to know who that band is. But they had the drums going. The drums sounded good. I know it is, Amy. Amy's saying the angels on the head of a pin is based on an old figure of speech. Ouch. God, that hurts. I got a quit. Dogman says I got a question for him. That's all. It's bloody crap. It's cold. Yeah, no shit. Okay, hang on. Okay, let's try this again. Spiritual Odyssey. Hey, hun. Oh, wow. 5 hours. Hello, Nikki. Hi. Yeah, it's been a while, huh? Oh, my God. And I'm goofy as fuck right now. So, excuse the language. Some things should not be answered. Yeah, I agree with that. Some things should not be answered. Amy, although I take it literally as in there must be an answer. Not everything has an answer or is meant to be answered, dear. Just remember that. Amy, they all play the same song in the parades. It's Fleetwood Mac's Tusk. No, dear, they don't. Nope. I know that one from personal experience. But that's okay. I don't know. That's a good point. I haven't thought about that in quite some time. I used to know that answer about because in the Seattle Seafair Light Parade, they never did. In other parades that were in Washington State, no, they definitely did not. But in Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, I don't know. That's a very good question. However, they could all play that and I would not complain. I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. What's with these old-fashioned style balloons? Well, that's beside the point. So if you see a band, let me know because I'm all about the bands. I used to be in marching band in high school, and oh my god, I still love it to this day. I even like some drum competitions. Although depends on the drumming. I had to think about how to phrase that. Anyway, what do you say? Hello. There we go. Oh, now I can see more. Okay. I'm like a little kid at a damn candy store at the moment. Oh my god, I can't believe there are 8 people in here and I've been going. We haven't gone below 5. It was down to 5 and it only lasted maybe 20, 30 minutes at the most and then went back up. Yes, I used to, Spiritual Odyssey, yes, I did used to march in parades. I used to play in a high school band and for 3 years. And to think about that, because my senior year, I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm not doing this no more. No. Actually, it was my junior year. And so that was quite the change for me. Jim played trumpet in performing band. Yeah, I played in concert band and in marching. Oh my God, my voice. Just a second. Played the flute and I sucked at it. I'll be blunt. Anyway. Okay, Dogman, you are asking. Nikki, question. What? Who's the man behind you? Can anyone else see him? I'm looking in mirror. What? Or I'm looking in mirror. There is no mirror behind me. You're probably seeing a spirit. Excuse me. I would love to do Amy. I would love to do a simulcast with the parade, and each time they zoom in on the marching band, we can hear what they are playing, and then over dub Tusk. Oh my God, that's quite the idea. Although that would get into some serious copyright law. Interesting idea, though. What the hell is with these fake clowns? Seriously. I have no idea who these kids are. 4 guys, 5 guys, 6 guys. Who the hell are they? Baby shark? Oh, dear God. Why? Anyway, okay. Or I'm looking in mirror. What are you, Dogman? What the hell are you talking about? No, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you're talking about, dear. Odyssey. Cryptid parade with the movie It type clowns. Yikes. That's what I'm talking about. What the? And actually, they didn't have paint on their face. They had like little stick-ons. And I'm like, what the freak is that? Okay. Hello, 8 people. What is it? Okay, clowns are evil, like it. Hi, Georgie. Oh my God. Hi, Georgie. Oh, that's creepy. Oh my God, that's creepy. Oh God, we got SpongeBob. Banned. They're playing Sweet Caroline. They're actually pretty good. Red and white uniforms. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, those girls are cold. They have the flag team, drill team, flag team, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, all right. I gotta quit doing that. Yes, I went and saw him in concert. My mom and I, we were at the Seattle Coliseum. I think it was the Seattle Coliseum. Yeah, it was the Seattle Coliseum before they remodeled it years ago. Anyway, oh my God, my eyes are really blue right now. Holy shitballs. Okay. My conspiracy is they all just go around the block and change uniforms in between. I love it. Oh, God, Amy. Discount parade plan. Holy shit. Oh, my God. Amy says, I just like the idea of being irreverent because they all take themselves too seriously. Odyssey says, yes, Amy, we all gotta learn to laugh at ourselves more, find joy and humor more than mean sarcasm. Exactly. Odyssey, discount parade plan, laughed my butt off. Oh. What does it mean when your eye change color if you know? Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of burping because of the cheese and the stuff I'm eating. Yes, son, Paul Revere. For me, it can mean a wide variety. I've got hazel eyes. And for me, when my eyes turn blue, because hazel is blue and green for me. Question, Nikki. What does it mean when your eyes change color if you know? Yeah. It's individualized for every person. So for me, when my eyes turn blue, the color that they are right now, it's usually a blood sugar issue, or I'm really happy, or combination thereof. I was going to try to figure out how to say that without giving away anything. When they're green, I usually have a great deal of headache or migraine or something that's causing that. Sometimes if they're blue or if they're green, I can be in higher consciousness state, or I can be in astral travel, or I can be doing excessive psychic work. And that goes for a couple of other things that I'm not going to get into. Jim says, yes, son, Paul Revere. Right on. Dogman says, I've got green eyes, but change to brown at night. Wow. So you've got, yeah, that's a hazel. That's a version of a hazel eye. All my family's eyes are blue, says Dogman. Mine aren't. My grandmother on my dad's mom, she had blue eyes. My dad had blue eyes. I've got blue-green. My mom had brown, has brown. My grandmother had brown. My grandfather and my grandparents on my mom's side, they had brown. I have no siblings. See, they're blue. Blue, 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 blue. they're blue right now. Very blue. Hazel can also be green-brown, Amy. So she said, I thought mine were hazel, but there's definitely no blue in them. Hazel can be blue-brown or green-brown or blue-green. Excuse me. Or a combination of brown-yellow. From what I remember, but I can't remember. There's a specific color form of that as hazel. I just don't remember. There's a name with it that's attached to the hazel name. So, awesome. Lovely brown eyes. Yes. Spiritual Odyssey says, I heard that blue-eyed people are from a specific ancestral human type. Don't remember which one right now. That's correct. I don't remember the name of it either, but yeah, that is correct. Amy says, so technically they must be green with brown rays? No, I've seen brown with green. God, I can't think of who that is. Oh, somebody in high school. So it's another band. Another band. Oh, you should see me when it comes to drums, like the Japanese drums. Oh my God. I am like a kid in a candy store and I get psychically high. Amy's actually seen me psychically high. I think she's the only one in chat who's actually seen me in chat right now who has seen me psychically high. Although I do have to say there are a few people like Amy and Robert White and a couple of others who've actually seen me like psychically high, which is really bizarre. Nikki acts like she's drunk as a freaking skunk, man. It's a crack up. Hang on a second, guys. Wow. Drums? Oh, there are flutes. Okay. All I heard was clarinets. Interesting. You know, there are not as many people on the streets that I thought there would be. That's actually really surprising. Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Oh, who the hell is that? She has a violin and is dancing like crazy. Long blonde hair. It's not who I would think it is. And they're playing country music with her? Oh my. Okay. What's with the green toad? Oh, not a toad. Turtle. Oh, is that a toad or a turtle? What the hell? Interesting. I'm trying to figure out where the hell they're at. Anyway, I'm babbling, and I'm not paying attention. My apologies, guys, because you guys got my undivided attention for 5 straight hours, folks. Okay, so the blue-eyed people. Okay, brown people always point out my eyes. For some reason, it's strange. Oh, that's me too. I get that too. Spiritual Odyssey. Graham Hancock brings that up in a documentary and his book. I have one. If I come across it, I will take a note and share. Oh, please do. I would appreciate that. Amy says, once you had to float back down. Yes, I did. My God, didn't I? Holy crap on yeah, I was higher than a freaking kite. I mean, the energy got me seriously high. I mean, no drugs, no alcohol, no nothing. It was serious energy. I mean, I was like flying high as a kite, man. Open in a separate browser window. What is it? The same as Art Bell used to bump his old show. Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to hit mute just in case this calls up music. It was music. It's Fleetwood Mac's Tusk. So go and listen to it, guys. It's a good song. That was also the name. No, those also the same one Art Bell used to bump his old show. Really? Anyway. Oh yeah. All right. Oh gosh. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop at 6 hours. We've got 19 minutes. I shouldn't do facial expressions right now. Jim, leaving and have to close YouTube. Had a great time. Prayers for all. And yes, I mooned the pesky remote viewers. Goodbye, Jim. Goodbye, Jim. Take very good care of yourself, hon. Safe travels, safe driving. I know you said you had a long drive to do. Please take very good care of yourself. Many blessings, and take, like I said, safe travels. So, and happy Thanksgiving Day. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I got it up on the TV. God, I'm in a strange mood. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving and be safe. Definitely. Yeah, he had said earlier that he's got a long drive ahead of him. Wow. They got some people outside on a balcony. Okay, hang on a minute. I'm going to move this over as far as I can so I can actually maybe see. See da dee da do do. Oop. Oh, now see, somebody's actually doing a view of, oh my God. A view. Hello, folks. You're on YouTube. They're wearing turkey hats. Oh, that's funny. Oh, we got another band, or do we have a flag ravers? I can't think of turkey hats. Oh my God, yes. Oh gosh almighty. Oh man, you got a band, and you got people in that band who are walking normal. My God, they're so not supposed to do that. You're in a marching band, guys. You're good enough to be in the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Day Parade. What the hell are you doing walking normal walk? I know that's very critical, but if you're talented enough to be in their parade, why? Best foot forward, folks. That's a big freaking deal. That's huge. I don't understand that at all. I'm just stunned by that. Sorry. Wow. Oh, dance shoes, real dance shoes. Sorry. Yeah, Amy. Spiritual Odyssey says, you gotta march if you're in a marching band. Duh. Yeah. I mean, we were drilled on this, and no pun intended, we were drilled on this so hardcore. You kept in line. I mean, it's like left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left. I mean, you kept in line with your feet pattern. You don't relax during the entire parade, however long that parade is. I can't remember the longest. I think the longest parade we ever did was Port Townsend. I can't remember if it's Port Townsend. It wasn't Port Orchard. Think about that. I got to get the map. Bompatita. Whoa, where the hell is this at? Come on. Yeah, Port Angeles. Our longest parade was in Port Angeles, if I remember. It was either Bellingham or Port Angeles. Yeah. I mean, it was like, and there's certain things you don't get messed with on. I mean, you are representing that school, you are representing that state. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. 116,000. So I'm really, yeah, there's 19,000 on this one. I'm really surprised. Yeah, this is somebody's personal channel, so I'm stunned by that. I'm stunned because I mean, somebody might hear about it later on, but I mean, you are there. That was one of the biggest things that we were really drilled on. When you go into somebody's city, you are not just representing your school or your college. Oh, God, my body's crapping out on me. Yeah, I mean that's huge. Oh, now I need my glasses for this one. What the hell is on that boat? Disney's Treasure? We've got Disney characters all over the place and a Ram pickup truck pulling it. Amazing. Well, it's beautiful. Definitely represents Disney. Anyway, I'm babbling. I'm not. I apologize. It's been a long time. Spiritual Odyssey. Yes, people all over the world can watch these live streams, so you are representing America too. Yes, definitely. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. I get frustrated with that kind of stuff, especially when you come from a small community. And I mean, we were so drilled with that. In marching band, I mean, you're in parades in the summertime. This is obviously in the wintertime, but and they've got dry, cold, windy air. So you're bundled up a specific way, trying to stay warm, but at the same time, I mean, you're representing so much, so much. Derek is asking me what community. I grew up when I moved from Seattle. I moved to a town in the Skagit County in Washington State. And I mean, it's what I talk about. It's easy for people to look me up. Amy says, I guess I don't get it about the representation. It's about appearances, and it's about, so it's kind of like, okay, I don't know why I thought of military. It's not just putting your best foot forward. You're literally, how you perform when you're in the public, when you are in a public environment in that way, how you sound, and especially in a band, how you sound, how you walk or talk, how you make sure it all comes into it's part of your performance, and that performance represents the school. That performance represents the county or the community that you're in. And when you're in a state performance or a large performance, like a city, like a gigantic city like Seattle, you're representing your community. So you want to look your best. You want to sound your best. You don't want to be slumped down and just like this. You want to have your posture right. It's about performance. So when you yourself, Amy, talk about and you've talked about this publicly, about how music is for you and sound is for you. That is what it's like for doing this kind of thing. It is it's unprofessional. And it's the same kind of thing in music. So it becomes let it go, 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 let it go. I know I can be a judgmental prick on certain things. This is one of them. And I get that. But I've also learned it comes down to business. 50-50. The experience doesn't matter if you, to be quite honest, it doesn't matter if you enjoy it or not. Doesn't mean shit if you enjoy it or not. To be quite blunt, something like this is an honor, especially for New York. New York is the biggest when it comes to parades. You don't have to like it. There were times where I hated marching, but it was an honor to be in band. It was an honor to be in these performances and to do the work. You were recognized. Your school was recognized. There were an honor. No, not so that they can brag about that they were in the parade. It's not that kind of behavior. No, it's yeah, it does. Spiritual Odyssey is saying, Amy, I think it depends on the person. Yeah, it really does. But it's also comes down to talent as well. If you're in a band, it's about representation. If you've never experienced any of that, then you're not going to know anything of what I'm talking about. It's for some people, it's not going to make any sense whatsoever, and that's fine. But it's not superficial. I know you don't get it, and I don't know how else to explain it to you. I may not be the best person to explain it to you, because I was raised to where you do good work to the best of your ability, and that was an your honor. So like yeah, that's true. Spiritual Odyssey is saying, I mean, if they enjoy being in the parade, some people in it look like it's a drag, others look like they're in it, enthusiastic. Yes, because it's a big deal to them. It's a really big deal to them. One of my hardest, most difficult ones was Port Angeles. I mean, you had hills to climb. You went up hills and down hills and wound around places, and it was a witch to do, but it was really gratifying and satisfying to do it and to do the work. Walking bananas. Yeah, I'm seeing that right now. So and then minions, not SpongeBob, minions. And so your hard work, I don't know how to explain honor to you or to anyone. I've never been able to explain that. People have so many different viewpoints of how that actually is. You'd have to look up the definition. I can get the concept of perfection. It's not about perfection, but the representation part eludes me. Okay. Okay, so how do I explain this? Sorry, digital screen. Oh my God, it's Peacock. Now streaming on Peacock. Yeah, if you were streaming on. Okay, we're going to try this. Hello. Thank you. Let's see if we're going to actually do this. Oh, they're at the big one. Okay, so this is no longer private. This is Snoopy. Oh, his hat came down. Oh. So oh my God, is that what it's like being in the grandstands? Oy vey. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, Amy, I'm not going to be able to explain this to you. I don't even know. This is going to take way too long for me to explain it to you, and I don't think we should do it publicly. Uncle Dan. All I see is Solo Stove and some band up on top that I don't recognize. I haven't been paying attention to. Oh, Drew Holcomb and the Neighbors. I know who Drew Holcomb is. Never heard the other. Anyway, so basically, representation, you say you do a piece of artwork, and your artwork, you're working for a company, and that artwork just made a Thanksgiving video for all. Okay, Derek, I'll go look at it later. Thank you for letting me know, or letting everybody know. And you essentially represent, it's like an attorney firm. You represent that company. It's the same kind of situation. So your behavior is critical. So it's the same kind of situation. I'll have to see if I can find Derek's channel. Hang on a second. Well, crumbum. Okay, Derek, do you have, yeah, that is you. I did find you. Okay. Yeah, I knew that. Okay. Was it a live or a short? Oh, that's 3 weeks ago videos. 22 hours ago, 2 days ago. Was it, must have been a short. All right. 1 minute. Hold on, I'm not finding what you're talking about, but I will post. Yeah, I got it, sweetie. It's just not showing up. Yeah, it's not showing up right now. I'll go into the shorts again. No views. Are you talking? Oh, happy it does show. Okay, got it. Okay, you got the Hulk mask on. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. Hulk mask. Yeah, that's the link. So, Amy, does that make sense? Okay, like they base the performance of the individual from the group they belong to? That doesn't make sense. Yes, actually, it does make sense, sweetheart. Oh, thank you for the, wow. That's the most likes I've had on any video. Thank you, folks. I very much appreciate that. Very, very much, because that actually, the more likes, the more subscribes, and the more shares actually puts, from what I've been learning, puts me in an algorithm state for my channel. And I very, 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 very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, and because I'm doing a live, I can't hear it right now, and I don't want to cause problems between the two. It's 48 degrees in Florida. That's cold for Florida. What the heck? Anyway, so wow. No, it also has to do with talent when it comes to music. And whether you choose to like that or not, that is how it is and has been for generations upon generations upon generations. Derek says, Nikki, if you comment and like all in your comment section, that helps algorithms too. Yeah, that's one thing that when somebody comments in my comment section underneath a video, I'm always commenting. I think there's only been one out of this 70. I think this is like 78 or 79 videos that I've done now. Somewhere between 77 and 79. I think there's only been one comment I haven't commented back on, because it was like, cannot comment on that one. Because it's supposed to, Amy is saying, then why don't they just hire a band? Because it doesn't work like that. It's a representation of that town. So, like certain actors represent their town, certain musicians represent their town, their city, or their country. And it's and what town is going to have that kind of money to do that kind of thing, to actually hire a band? That doesn't make logical sense when they've got a band who is putting forth the energy and the effort in their musical instruments and in the time that it takes to practice and all of that. Yes, these are all volunteers. Yes. Okay, so remember when I talk about that I was in a marching band in high school? That's volunteer. I wanted to be in the band. I was in band in junior high. And then in high school, nobody gets paid. This is not volunteer. This is not paid work, Amy. This is all volunteer. This is also talent. Okay, hang on. Hang on one second. Okay, now this is a band. This is a professional band. And wow, band directors, marching band, they know what the hell they're doing. You've got the posture going, you've got the arms going in a specific direction in a specific way. This is a professional band. These guys know what the hell they're doing. That's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. These guys, if they're from out of the entire country, that's a big freaking deal. And they're all watching their main director. That speaks volumes as to what kind of group they're representing as well. I mean, that's a big deal. People will take it on consideration as to how they represent themselves, and how they represent their group as well. Hopefully that will make sense, Amy. I hope. Wow, that was interesting. There's a Native American tribe that has got a float in. Beautiful people. Anyway, so you're still not really understanding this. Okay, she says, not really, but at least I know they are not getting paid or spending tax dollars on this. That is a relief. No, this is for the pride. This is for what makes them. I mean, it makes you happy in your heart to be able to do this. So yeah, it gets to be rather interesting. I know this is not turned in. So like the last half hour, 40 minutes is not turned into paranormal show. It's trying to explain different things to different people. So, um, which is fine. Um, yeah, this is America on display in many different ways. Yeah, I agree with that. Um, Big Bird in the flesh or feathers. Zippy George. Oh, paranormal. Yes, paranormal. Ooh. A lot of family come through during Thanksgiving, during family events, weddings, funerals, um, Thanksgiving, um, Christmas, whatever you celebrate. Doesn't have to be the Christian holidays. Whatever faith you celebrate, your family on the other side is going to be there for you. Um, so then there's aspect there's aspects like, oh, I had family, not family, excuse me. When a friend died, my friend on the other side came and stood during certain songs between a girlfriend of mine and I, and she held our hands. Excuse me. So she, when we were singing songs, she literally stood between me and another friend of ours, and she held our hands. Um, oh, cool, Dogman. That's awesome. Dogman is saying, yeah, no, I can't. I can't imagine the security, although you're seeing it, but yeah. Um, okay, I'm missing some things. Oh, now that I disagree with Amy. Okay, so hang on a second. America on display. Oh, paranormal. Amy at a spiritual odyssey, but anyone can come and take a tour. No, it doesn't. That's not what this is about. Um, Spiritual odyssey. Can you imagine the security for an event like this? No, actually, I really can't. It's kind of frightening to me regarding the security aspect of it, of things on something of this magnitude, because this is worldwide known, um, like hardcore worldwide known. So I mean, you're dealing with um, so many. And like these girls, this is looks like a cheerleading squad of some kind, or some kind of pep band or something. They're wearing the Macy's logo. That means they represent Macy's. That means you need to be prepared, doing your job, doing all of that because that represents that company. That's a big deal. Dogman, Nikki, I put up video of hundreds of pictures of orbs, 40 minutes worth I got, thousands. Spirituality, what do you mean, Amy? A tour of what? Amy, if they want to see America on display, watch a video or take a tour. Spiritual Odyssey, I'll catch that one later, Dogman, cool. Well, this parade is a show for the day to honor our heritage. It's a special day. Dogman, oh, thanks. Yeah, and I'll watch it too later on today, Dogman. Or actually, I will most likely watch it. Knowing me, I will most likely watch it come Saturday or on Saturday, because things will kind of die down a little bit for me. Amy, I feel like I am an alien I feel like I'm on an alien world. I really do. The Dogman. I put up Thanksgiving one for you all in USA. Thank you, Dogman. I appreciate that. Forgot that's right. You are in England, correct? Or are you in Scotland? I never remember if you're England or Scotland. I know UK, but UK is also England and Scotland, so I never remember. Which one, hun? England or Scotland? Amy, me too. Spiritual Odyssey, cool, Dogman, thank you. Dogman, I think I went through a portal. Dogman, yes. I stay in Lincolnshire. Oh, so you're in England. Yeah, okay, Lincolnshire is England, yeah. Spiritual Odyssey, there's lots to be discussed about in this world, but to see people gather together to do something in harmony is important. Yeah, I do agree with that. These parades are supposed to be a positive thing. They're supposed to create joy and happiness in one fashion or form. Many of the big companies, though, they use it as a commercialism part that I'm not okay with. Really not okay with. But there are aspects to this that are truly very much the American way and represent America in many different fashions and forms. And also they show a lot of the American pride and American symbolism. They show parades happen across the world. I mean, they're not just in the United States. They're not just in England. They're not just in other countries. Other ways, this is a national tradition. This is a tradition of America. Thanksgiving, especially the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I mean, that has been a tradition for God, years and years and years. Amy says, I never understood this even 120 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's different for everybody, but it's about the pride you take in your work. Spiritual Odyssey says, I agree with you, Nikki. Commercialism these days, the almighty dollar, the hedonistic chase for it is horrible at times. Yes, it really is. But so it's you're dealing with, oh my word. There are was that supposed to be a worm on 2 feet? Ooh, 1 second. Okay, another band. The Red and White were Rutgers. And wow, were they moving to get into place. Holy crap. Yeah, Spiritual Odyssey is saying, she goes, I mean, Christmas stuff is now being put out at Halloween now. I was talking to somebody back in August, and they were horrified to find Christmas things in certain aisles of one of their stores that they were in. And I was stunned. I was like, it's August. What the hell? So yeah, the commercialism stuff has gotten really rough. It's really taken over in many different factions, forms, fractions, whatever you want to call it. So we went from 3 to 5. Hello to the 2 new people who have come in or have rejoined. I appreciate it. Please like, subscribe, and share. This is an unexpected. I was only going to do a 2-hour, and we're at almost 6.5 hours. So we've been kind of the first 2 hours we're talking about, first 3 hours actually talking about my experiences. And I was been nonstop talking. Then we got into, so it was paranormal. Then we got into ET abductee stuff. And then we went back through more back through more paranormal stuff. Oh, hang on. I'm getting a nerve pain. I got to hit mute. Hang on. Whew, okay, that was painful. Oh my God. Have at it, Spiritual Odyssey. This is not me. I despise Black Friday. They can have it. Not my thing. Not my cup of tea. And I know a lot of people that just love it, but it's not my thing. So I've got Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. We've been commenting on that. Pardon me. Gotta have the bra up. Keep the girls elevated, don't you know? So, and then since about 5 hours and 30 minutes in, 5 hours, 45 minutes in, we've been talking about the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, different aspects of it, and then explaining quite a bit actually about representation, about honor, about pride, just a wide variety of things regarding parades and regarding many aspects of parades and why people are in bands and things like that and are doing parades and stuff. So there was some question as to why and how and representation and what all that really means. And somebody in chat has made it aware that they don't understand certain aspects of it, which is fine. And so there was explanation of that, and hopefully we gave me and a couple of others gave some examples of that. And some people are not raised. That's the other side of things, and that's totally fine. I mean, if you don't understand that, that's fine. So, and I'm all for one about educating. That's something that we have to work on, and not, I don't want to say disregard. That's not the, be derogatory about. Things are about educating. And that's one of the reasons why I talk about my ET abductions. It's one of the reasons why I talk about the paranormal. You've lost 3. 1 second. Tea is the only thing, whether it's warm, whether it's hot, warm, or cold, is the only thing that coats my throat just the right way. Oops, there we go. Let's flip this back over. So, yeah, those are different kinds of marches, honey. So hopefully, because education is important. That's how I was raised. Was my mom, one of the things that she wanted to really instill in me is education is a great thing, and that's huge. What? You got to be kidding me! The group Chicago is in the parade this year. And so is Wonder Bread. Oh my word! So, God, I'm just stunned by certain things. But anyway, so teaching education about different things. Like I said, this is why I talk about the paranormal. This is why I really wanted to talk about my ET experiences, is because I am so. Now, this is my pet peeve. This has nothing to do about what we just talked about regarding parades and Thanksgiving and all of that. This is one of my pet. Oh God, my knee's up against that. There we go. This is one of my pet peeves in the sense of I'm so frustrated with ufology and the community and the public, mostly the general public, and that the general public and the governments of this world of Earth. Okay, I gotta not touch that because I keep bouncing everything. I'm very frustrated by it because we have put a to our detriment, we have put a real hardcore negative spin on ET abductees, on ETs themselves, on ET flying ships that are in our skies all over this planet. And we have been raised to hate. That is unacceptable to me. And it should be unacceptable to deliberately promote hate. I have a hard time with that. I get very angry over that. And it doesn't matter about what subject it is. But to promote hate the way certain governments have, and how certain countries have versus other countries, it's unacceptable to me, and it should be to everybody else. And we are trained to hate. That's not okay. And it's one of the things I get very angry and frustrated over. So this is me on a mini preach, but it's one of the reasons why I'm done. If I'm going to talk about this, I'm going to frickin' talk about my experiences, whether anybody likes it or not. I don't care anymore. These are my experiences. Can I prove it? No. Do I want to prove it? Oh, are you freaking kidding me? Yes, I want to prove it. I want to unequivocally show that my experiences happened. That's why I want evidence. That's why I want proof. And I don't mean just the pictures I take of what happens to my body because of an abduction. And I take pictures of the different, and they're little things in comparison. It's not evidence that all of us want. It's not the hardcore scientific evidence that we all want and crave. We crave it because we want validation. We want to have validation to let everybody know we are not nuts. Just because you think we're nuts, you've been trained to think we're nuts. Well, get out of the paradigm that you've been trained. Retrain your own brain. That's what it boils down to, is retraining your own brain and understanding. Because if you consistently delve into the hate and consistently preach the hate, and that could be in movies, it could be in song, it can be in video, it could be in pictures, memes, mini reels, any of the current books, any of the current items. We have been training children and small toddlers, because they see it in cartoons, to either love or hate the ETs. And that's by design. Think about it. This has gone on for 91 years. This has gone on since the early 30s, that the U.S., specifically that the U.S. government has known about it. I could give you a year, but I'm not going to. You figure out when I say 91. People say it's 80 years. Bullshit. It's longer than that. But that's beside the point. My point is that think about why this has been done for so long, and why we've got the paradigm that we do in the world, globally, spiritually. The whole kit and caboodle follows along with that. Think about it. It's a big deal. It's harmed our humanity in many ways. I'm not talking about, oh, everything should be love and light. Bullshit. There's good and bad in the world. It kind of has to be that way in order to, I'm not saying evil, but it's a thing. I can't think of what it's called at this second, but it's a thing. Just think about it. We had a paradigm shift. I literally just a paradigm shift. We need to make a paradigm shift. And that means retraining ourselves, our brains, into listening and thinking a different way. We'll have better communication with ourselves. We'll have better communicate with ourselves. We'll have better communication with other people. We'll have better communication in business. We'll have better communication in our personal lives. And by God, we'd have better communication when we talk to the ETs. Because it raises a vibration. It raises a frequency. It elevates things. And what's been happening for 91 years is boom. Hammer comes down. Things tighten up. Things get wicked. Things get nasty. That's not cool. So, Retrain the brain, think about the positive, focus on the positive, but it's not all about the positive. It's retraining the brain. It's rechanging things and the dynamics in our lives in order to do that. Just because you think positive doesn't mean that it's all going to be love, light, and bubbles everywhere. It doesn't work like that. Never has, never will. You've got to rechange the paradigm in your life. It's not easy, but it can be done, and it is doable no matter what level you're at. Okay, so I haven't read chat in a bit, and I just caught this. Spiritual Odyssey says, I agree, can't stop negative thoughts, just have to reframe them when they happen. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's one of the things that I learned in counseling. You literally have to retrain your brain. I had to retrain my brain in order for me to stop with the negative bullshit thoughts that I was having. And how did I do that? One of the ways that I did that was by a phrase, and really by saying the word stop in my head. I started thinking negative and I went, stop. And I literally, because I'm visual, I literally put a great big, in my head, a great big red stop sign in my head. Literally had to be in my face. It was like, stop. I was like, whoa, okay. It's what worked for me. Then it became a phrase. Because when that stopped working, I had to find a phrase that worked. So changing the paradigm, changing the way you think is critical to changing how you start viewing things and how you start looking at things. It makes a big difference, folks. Really, really does. I can't believe we're almost 7 hours into this. I said we were going to stop at 6. I said it 2.5. We were going to stop at 3. So this has been an unexpected night. I don't know if I'm going to continue going on, but I want to scroll back up and go into chat and see what I have missed. But it's a really big deal. Reason why I wanted to talk is because I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the anger, and I'm tired of the hate that is directed at our community, our ufology community. I get where it's coming from. I get why it's coming from for different reasons. I get it. Get why it's taken place. But it's also changing those dynamics in how we think. I mean, kind of a big frickin' deal, folks. Oh my God, it's 7:17. Oh my God, just hit me. Anyway, so think about that. You're thankful and grateful for the things that you have in your life, the people that you have in your life. Make those things count in your life. Oh, goodness, just a minute. That's the first bird I've heard all morning. Literally as I burp. We've had a lot of rain the last couple of days. But make a difference in your life. You're thankful and grateful for people. I get that. I am as well. But one of the things to think about is, do you need to make changes in your life? Does that boil down to how you think in your own head? Boy, it certainly did with me. And once I did, it made a major difference in my life. it was a mind bender as to how many things I had to change. God, I just saw my phone is blinking. So you you work on it as best as you can for as long as you can. And when you get done with those changes, then you turn around and you make other changes. So well, I just got asked something major, like really hardcore major. If you're praying, keep me in prayers over the weekend because I may end up being in a very hardcore spiritual battle for somebody. Not a joke. I gotta think about how I want to go about doing that. Whoops, and I that's gonna be some issues. So, okay, so let me see. Santa Claus, Spiritual Odyssey. That's the end of the parade. Joke. Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, so let me scroll up. I'm gonna hit mute for a minute because they got another band on. I love, like I said, I love the bands. Okay, whoopsie doodle. I hit that wrong. Okay, 1 second, guys. They're playing Holiday Row from oh my god, I can't think of the name of the movie. I love it. That's a great choice they chose. That's awesome. And they're good. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Has an M. Did that just say Mercer Island? I didn't see if that said Mercer Island. Where the hell were they from? Okay, never mind. I'll watch it later. Okay, so let me scroll up. I love buying my Christmas stuff the day after Christmas. Yeah, I used to do that too. No, not Black Friday. The day. Oh, Christmas. Sorry. Yeah, I just realized. Walking trees, cute. Day after. Sorry. Lots of people don't know the true meaning of Thanksgiving out there. I do, and I ain't even American. Yeah, you're not American. Okay. Love the smiles. Love the people are dancing. Questions are good. I welcome them. Good. Amy, I am just sorting through if marchers represent, say, it does not mean I want to visit, but I know they are drilled to near perfection. Yeah, many are. Okay. Yeah, that's a different ball game altogether, Amy. A completely different ball game. But great, horrible. Shopping in the 30s too. You know, though, kids today are born more advanced than many, so I think it will be harder to brainwash the newer generations. Yeah, possible, very possible. It's important to nurture a child's natural talents and intuition. Yes, I do agree with that, but many people don't. They squash it. Agree, can't stop my thoughts. Okay. Gotta go take good with bad. Yep, that loud. I was late coming in, but it was a wonderful last hour. Thank you. I appreciate that. Spiritual Odyssey, I very much appreciate that. Thank you. The change starts with each one of us. Derek, message retracted. Okay. There's Santa. Must be coming down to the end. Yeah, probably. Which means I miss the Rockettes. Ugh. I live for watching the Rockettes on Macy's. They're my favorites. Okay, stop with the stomach. Can't believe how much paperwork I've done listening. That's the end of the. Oh wow, person, loving intentions going out your way. Thank you. I don't know what's going to take place over this weekend, but I don't even know how I'm going to get there. I missed something. I came back in. Had to help my daughter. I think it's me, Nikki. No joke. We have been attacked bad recently. No, it's not you, Derek. It's something else, Derek. But I don't allow it. Okay, so I'm at the end. There we go. So basically, there's something that's been attacking a family that I know. No children, thankfully, but are attacking a couple, I suppose I should say. That's all I can say. So, but I just got got asked a major question. So yeah, if you're into prayers, and this supposedly isn't too far away from me. Oh God, hang on a second. Sorry, guys. Oh, so they come around the corner. Oh, now I get it. Okay, I've been wondering how the hell they do that. Excuse me. So anyway, basically, I don't know when I'll be able to do this. I don't think logistically I can do this. Not in the least, actually. I'm willing. I just got to figure out a way over to where it's at. Find somebody to take me over. That's going to be a problem. Anyway, so I don't know what day it'll happen. Anyway, I'm babbling. But if it just keep me in mind come Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, hang on a minute. Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, I don't know what's going to take place. Anyway, just keep me in thoughts just in case may need them. Yeah, that's never fun. Derek, I can't talk about what I've been through this last year, but I do understand. I cannot talk publicly about what's gone on, but totally understand. So, anyway, goodness sake almighty. Yeah, let's not do that. But I get it. So yes, they do. Well, wannabes. True demon is not. That they're very, very freaking rare. Very, very freaking rare. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Very true. Very true, Odyssey. Anyhow, since it's 7:29 a.m. in the morning, I think we'll do 9 more minutes, if that, 8.5, and that's it. That'll be my 7 hours. I have never done a 7-hour show. There's always something. Oh my god. Anyway. I guess that's right. You're in England. I keep forgetting that. Happy Thanksgiving. This has been quite the interesting. Yeah, I will have broken my record in 8 minutes, almost exactly. Oh my god, these are the same people that we saw. That I saw earlier. Now I understand the piano. Wow, they had to haul that piano the entire length. Holy cripes. Never give up. Never give up. Never surrender. If you know movies, you know where that's coming from. Anyway, so last few minutes, what would you like to talk about? We got 6 people in watching. We went from 15 down to 3 and up to 6. So what would you guys like to talk about for a few more minutes? Quite honestly, I hope you all have a very good day, no matter what country you live in. Elf's my favorite Christmas movie. Cool, Dogman. Not mine, but that's cool. Amy, still here. Spiritual Odyssey. Well, I gotta go. Gotta help with our Thanksgiving meal now. Wishing everyone a very happy and safe Thanksgiving. Take care. Love and hugs to all. Take care, Spiritual Odyssey. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. I wish you peace, love, and joy. And that comes from the heart. So, take very good care. Enjoy your day. I'll have good Thanksgiving. Right on, right on, right on. I thank you for watching and listening. It's been quite an eventful evening, that's for sure. And now morning. So, wow. They should not do hand gestures because that looked like a guy trying to. Should not do hand gestures like that, guys. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm glad we had quite the conversation. I'm glad things went the way they did. tonight and this morning. We got a lot talked about. Hopefully, I've answered a lot of questions about a number of my shoulders getting nasty. We've talked a lot about a lot of different things, so I hope you all do well. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful holiday today in the United States. Take very good care. I could cut it off right now, but we've got 5 minutes. 5-minute countdown, folks, to a record. A new record for me. Oh, gosh almighty. I don't even know where to begin or where to end. I'm kind of at a loss at where to go with this. God, the flowers are gorgeous. They've got, it looks like peonies and ridiculous, excuse me, and of course roses. Anyway, wow. That's rather interesting. Not a lot of people there at the parade this year. That's rather shocking. Anyway, I'm starting to wind down. And of course, it's gonna take me a while to do all of the transcribing for this. So I will eventually get there. I think I'll probably just do a synopsis and call it good until Saturday, and then get it going. You have enough to puzzle through for a week. Do you? Because of that's good. That's good, Amy. Yeah, we really did talk we really did talk a lot about a lot of different things. So many subjects, from paranormal to ET to abductions to parade. A wide range of things. So it's pretty important. Been trying to understand different aspects of things. Even discussed hate and how to change the brain, or parts of it anyway. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I wonder if Frost Dog is still here. Could be in the background, but not chatting. Which is fine if he is. I hope that everyone enjoys everything that they've heard. Figured out some things. You can always ask more questions. I don't know if I'm gonna do a live over the weekend or not. This is the equivalent to 3 shows. So I may just say goodbye until next Wednesday. I don't know. That's how it's kind of been lately, but so we'll see. Anyway, last 2. Oh, pretty colors of blue. Wow. Okay. Anyway, oh my God almighty. Sorry, guys. I was wondering when that was going to kick in. Oh my God. Okay, so it's 11. 10, 11 there. Anyway, well, wow, I think I would prefer to watch it on a different YouTube channel. Anyway, so guys, it's definitely time to go. Have a safe Thanksgiving if you celebrate. However you celebrate, try and enjoy family. Remember, life is fleeting and very fast. Keep that in mind when you see your loved ones. Enjoy the time that you have. I'm not saying people are going to die. Don't do that. What I'm saying is life is really short. It's a lot shorter than what we think it is. And live it to its fullest. The best that you possibly can. In all ways that you can. Remember to love and to cherish. Think about changing that brain in those positive ways. Remembering skill sets that you have. I don't know why that just popped into my head. So that apparently goes to somebody specific. I have no idea who. And remember to work on loving yourself. I don't know why that popped in either. So apparently that also goes out to somebody else. And remember, you do have friends who do love and care about you. If your family is no longer around, you do have friends in one fashion or form or another. Is how I'm trying to say that. Take very good care of yourself. Okay. I'm literally saying, please like, subscribe, and share. And I hope you have a fantastic holiday. No matter how it goes for you. I hope things go very well. And wow, did I get quiet or what? Take care, all. Safe travels wherever you go, whatever you do today, or the coming weekend, or however your life is taking you, or you're taking it. Enjoy, folks. Bye. Sweet dreams if you haven't gotten sleep yet. Get some rest. Make sure you've eaten. If you take vitamins, get those vitamins down. If you don't, apparently no worries. Take good care of yourself, guys. Y'all deserve it. Seriously, you really do. Love and hugs. And I don't know why I did that either, because I typically don't do that. But I do wish you peace and joy in some fashion or form. Bye, guys. Good night for those who haven't slept.